Yes, mate, it's on now. Hi, Jim. Email Michael McGarry and the service desk email at the same time. How do they know this is going to go out live if they can't hear me on it? Welcome to Wednesday here at the Modus Super Series, where we've had 2 days play and 2 players dominating those days. Ashley Coleman winning all 5 games on Monday, Connor Scutt winning all 5 games on Tuesday, and the race is on to top the table.
That's all he needs, a big moment in a big game from a big player.
Oh, it's brilliant. Back-to-back combos for Coleman. Brilliant stuff. Absolutely brilliant stuff. Had no need to go that route, but he's found 2 trebles and a double. Is he going to stay there? There's an ocean of space in that target. Double 15. That is fantastic from Connor Scutt. Utilise the marker.
108.
Yeah, it is on. Whoever wins that battle and tops the Group A table at the end of the day will make it through to finals night on Saturday. And with us all week to describe the action, Matthew Edgar. Matthew, those two players really have been the standout, and we should have a thrilling finale today.
Yeah, they've only been beaten by each other, haven't they? They've absolutely dominated the rest of the field, and the chasing pack's not been able to land a blow on them. And maybe that continues again today. I wouldn't be surprised to see that. And if that is the case, it's all going to come down to that head-to-head clash.
Let's start with Connor Scutt then, because the only match he lost was the very first game on Monday against Ashley Coleman. He's won 9 games since then, all of his games yesterday, and almost treated us to the most magical leg of darts we've potentially ever seen here at the Super Series.
I like the idea. I like the concept. I'd love to see it go. The 180, the 171, and then the 3 balls. I think it'd be a real big moment, and a good moment for Connor Scutt as well, who sort of eyed that up. But the big story, the most important story, is winning this group, topping this group for the financial reasons that come with it, for the guaranteed qualification through to Saturday. And he's got to be said he's the player to beat right now. He was the player to beat before a dart was thrown in regards to the odds, in regards to the form line coming into this event, and he's showing that here this week, and he's starting to really blossom.
Well, having not done it before in a standard Super Series week, will that have any effect today on Connor Scutt?
I don't think it will. I think if it was going to, it would have happened earlier in the week, because his own words, he struggles at the Super Series. He doesn't know how to perform on that stage. He has now, and he's got that right, and he's got those wins, and he's on a very good run of form. Like I said, it was just that first game where he had defeat to Ash Coleman. Since then, he's been pretty much foot perfect. Every time he's needed to do something, he's brought it out. Every time someone hits against him, he comes back harder. So I don't think that's going to be an issue, and I'm quite happy with the form of him coming in, with the titles he's won. He'll have the confidence to get through this.
As for Coleman, the only defeat for him, the end of yesterday against Scutt, he was also on a 9-match winning streak. Have you been surprised by what he's done this week so far?
I've said that it's tough to be as brutally honest as you've got to be sometimes, especially when you're dealing with someone who's playing as well as Ashley Coleman is at the moment. But if you'd have told me this story and he'd be playing this well a year ago, I wouldn't have believed you. A year ago, he was not this player. A year ago, he was a decent player, but you look and think, well, you're sort of county standard, you're not beyond. But the development that he's had over the last year, with going to Q School, with playing the Challenge Tours and now playing here, the development in his game is absolutely incredible. He is rapidly improving, and in 1 year he's gone from someone that you wouldn't really associate with, maybe they'd struggled in the first phase of Q School, to now saying he's got to be a contender for a card come January, especially if he continues on this line of improvement. I've been mightily impressed with Ashley Coleman. And
he is in that race to top the Group A table come the end of the day on 18 points, along with Connor Scutt, after, as we mentioned, both just losing a match. Gert de Vos in third place, the only player to average a ton yesterday. Colin Osborne seems to be in a battle with him for third spot. But is there a chance for Stephen Jameson? He plays Osborne first game. If he wins it, he's level on points with him.
I mean, possibly. Absolutely, but I think, again, one of the things that really stand out for me is the leg difference. The only 2 players with a positive leg difference are the 2 in the title race, which just shows how far this field is off. But Steve Jameson did really get into the day yesterday. I thought he played a lot better. He had that win against Colin Osborne at the end, which not only keeps his hopes alive in regards to that, but makes him know now he can beat other players. Because until that last game, his points only came against Ricardo Ham, who has yet to pick up a victory throughout the whole campaign. So I do expect to see Stephen Jameson continue this level of improvement. His attention surely moved into Thursday and Friday, but I think Colin Osborne, yesterday I said Gert de Vos I think is the guy to watch. Today I think it's Osborne. He got here early. He came in here and he said that this is the PG version. They're having it today.
Well, that will be the first match, Osborne against Jameson. That battle does look to be for Group B. There are 3 players that actually can win this group mathematically, and Gert de Vos, though, a huge outsider. That would be some run of results if he were to win it at 100-1. The bookies do go with Connor Scutt as the odds-on favourite, where he's been all week. Do you concur?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Ashley Coleman's going to give him a good run. It's going to be close to the line, but ultimately Connor Scutt's got a touch of class at the moment that very few non-tour card holders have. I do make him favourite for the group. I make him favourite for the week. If he gets through this, I'd then make him favourite for the series. That's how much I rate Connor Scutt.
Big call. Right, let's get the action underway. Me and you will go through to comms. The opening match is going to be Colin Osborne against Stephen Jameson. And as Matthew just mentioned, Colin Osborne is looking to turn it up a notch today. Let's hear from him. Colin, final day of Group A. Just give us your summary of how you think it's gone so far this week.
On a personal note, Chris, I've not performed. I know I haven't performed. I think I felt a bit flat towards the end of each day. But I've been down here enough times, I'm experienced enough, nothing was ever won Monday or Tuesday, only one goes through on a Wednesday, so obviously the priority is to make Saturday night.
What do you put it down to if you feel that you've underperformed slightly?
I don't know, I mean, it could be a lot of things, but it's darts, some days it's great, some days it's mediocre, but I've accepted that throughout my career, so I'll be, the goal is to get to Saturday night.
You just mentioned it as well, the fact that you've been here many times, more than anybody else in this group in this week. And we've seen you have days where you've lost all your games, seen you have days where you've won all your games. So whichever group you end up in, you must still feel confident of making it.
Oh yeah, 100%. Like you say, I'm in a position for myself, Chris, which I think it comes as experience. I won't panic, and even if today, if I win all 5 or lose all 5, I still know, like you say, only one will go through. And then there's 2 days, Thursday, Friday, whether it's afternoon or night. But again, like you say, the priority and the goal is to get to Saturday night, so I won't panic.
Obviously, your intention is to win as many matches as possible. Is it really important to you to try and make it into that Group B, which is now obviously the highest objective that you can do?
Oh yes, yeah, 100%. And obviously the way that the table works now, the criteria, it's because theoretically the 3 out of 5 go through, so, if you're going to pick, you'd want to be in there because the stats, you'd have more chance. But I think the last time I was down here, I didn't perform well. And then I went into Thursday, Friday dinner time and won 10. So I've been in every situation, every scenario down here. So, like I said, I won't panic, but I'll go up there and try and win every game and then see what happens. And
maybe take a little bit of pleasure out of spoiling the little race between Connor and Ashley, because they've been fantastic this week.
Oh, yes, I think Ashley surprised me. No end. He had a good Monday and he sustained that yesterday, and it was only the last game yesterday when Connor beat him. And Connor, he's just come off the circuit for 2 years, he's proven, to get a card's tough. So, yeah, I do like to spoil the party sometimes.
Well, good luck. Thanks for talking to us.
Thank you.
Final day campaign underway in Group A. Not being the week he would have wanted so far, but as he always is philosophical about the situation, he knows it's not about what you do specifically Monday to Wednesday. It's all about, by hook or by crook, getting to Saturday, and he's done that several times here at the Super Series. The Wizard from Middlesbrough. He takes on Stephen Jameson, who we've seen improve as his campaign's gone on. And he was particularly impressive yesterday. Got himself that victory against Ricardo Ham on Monday. And Jameson managed to add a couple more yesterday. The Northeast ADC qualifier. Jack Garwood, the referee, getting the action underway. And Matthew Edgar alongside me as Colin Osborne
140
in pretty good fashion.
He wasn't happy, was he, yesterday, Colin Osborne, when he left the venue. He left with just the one victory. That one coming against Ricardo Ham, who's yet to pick up a victory against anyone so far this week. Colin Osborne losing 4-2, 4-2, 4-1 and 4-2. And he came into the venue nice and early
26.
This morning, and I caught him on the way in. He let me know that some people are going to be getting it today, as he says.
78.
In regards to his chance of winning the group, that is impossible, but he can get himself into a Group B place, and with the structure here at the Super Series, every single place means more
60.
pounds, so he'll want to finish as high as he can in the table. So plenty still to play for. Stephen Jameson
125.
really did raise his game yesterday. Was a lot more consistent around the treble 20 bed. And he's a player that looks like he's growing into the week, and looks like being here for the week is going to be a real benefit for him, because come tomorrow he'll start afresh once again, and he'll be in there with people who was in the similar
81.
position to him
Colin,
on
you require
Monday. People that will be coming in
170.
on debut. And he'll be going in with just that little bit more experience, that little bit more comfort up on the stage.
122. Stephen,
But
you
will he be
require
playing
170.
Colin Osborne? He could play a hand in that by getting the victory here, but
93.
Osborne
Colin, you
on
require
a
48.
two-darter after 15.
Game shot on the
Nicely
first
done.
leg. Colin Osborne.
By Osborne to take the opener.
Second leg, it's Stephen to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, it was interesting
60.
how he spoke. He's long enough in the tooth, Colin Osborne, to know what it takes to get there. He's
45.
even referenced dropping into Group C before and then winning all of his matches after what is a difficult Group A campaign.
60.
Well, we've seen this story quite a bit now at the Super Series, haven't we, where an established player doesn't quite have the Group A campaign that we think they will or we know that they're capable of.
140.
And we posed the question mark going into Group C, and then they just sort of fly through it. We saw it last week with Mike Warburton, topping the group at a canter.
60.
We've seen in the past players finish bottom of a Group A campaign, barely winning a game, then winning the entire week. Graham Usher comes to the top of my mind on that list. So it's not all over with a Group A. And I suppose that's going to be
96.
a little bit of comfort for the players that are looking likely to drop into C.
$26.
Osborne making a move here on the Stephen Jameson throw.
$140.
Down to a two-darter while Jameson's barely got out with the 300s. Osborne looking very good for an early break.
57. Colin, you require 80.
Looking to climb that ladder up to tops. And the way he throws his darts,
Game
he's
shot
got
on
a
the
clear
second
sight of
leg.
it. And
Colin
that's
Osborne.
a very strong start from Osborne here. 2 attempts at tops, both hit. That does not bode
Third
well
leg,
for his
it's Colin
opponents
to throw
today.
first.
When he's on target, on that target, he's very difficult to stop.
Jameson not able to find any treble there with
100.
15 darts on the throw. You're always going to get broken when you're playing at this level, when you're not finding those big power darts. And how ironic would this be?
108.
No treble in 15 darts. And then fires in a max on the Osborne throw. There is such a focus and steeliness in the face of Colin Osborne this morning.
140.
You mentioned yesterday that he's had these sort of in and out days before, hasn't he, where he sort of loses all his games on one day, then
140.
wins them all the next.
Yeah, looking to avenge that defeat to this man yesterday. Jameson will be very happy with that. It's sort of put him in contention, but he would immediately be out of it if he
100.
lost this game for a top 3 finish. As for the battle that we were talking about for the top of the table, Connor Scutt and Ashley
140.
Coleman do not meet until
Colin, you
their
require
penultimate game of the
161.
day, around midday, game 10. That could be the decisive contest.
Well, what a quick turnaround this is for
65.
Jameson. He just thrown
Stephen,
15
you
darts in
require
the last leg
51.
without hitting a treble. Is it 7 trebles in 9 darts?
9. Colin, you require 96.
Doesn't find a double in 2. And Osborne, 2 is the number for him. 2 darts at the treble 20 should he choose that target. To give him a go at the double.
56. Stephen, you require 32.
Osborne looking on with
16.
interest, and now he'll be very interested because he's going to go
Colin, you
back for that
require
tops
40.
target that he hasn't missed. 2 attempts.
It's a very cheeky look, really, that from Colin Osborne, wasn't it?
Misses it twice.
30. Stephen, you require 16.
Jameson gets away with his misses.
No score. Colin, you require 10.
But keeps missing.
8 darts there for Jameson in this game so far.
No score. Stephen, you require
It's all
16.
getting a little bit edgy here in the morning.
Game shot on a third leg.
Yeah,
Stephen
Colin Osborne was
Jameson.
flying at the start of the game, but the edginess encroaches the performance. And Jameson
Fourth leg. It's Stephen to throw first. Game on.
finally manages to land the double. 9 miss. It doesn't matter. He's half the deficit. He's broken back, and the game's on throw.
140.
Straight back to the power scoring as well. Osborne left a room, missed opportunity. 6 darts he had there to put himself a leg away.
55.
And I suppose when you've had the day that Osborne had yesterday, that can install that negativity very,
95.
very early.
$68.
Doubles yesterday for Osborne. 11 from 46.
48.
In terms of a percentage, at just 23% on the
50.
doubles yesterday, Colin Osborne. It's got to be said that that possibly is the weakness of the group so far. When we look at the doubling percentage, as we say, 33% is where you
42.
need to be here at the Super Series. 1 in 3. At the moment, only one player is achieving that expectation, and that is Connor Scutt. 35.45% over Monday and Tuesday's play. Everybody else under
94.
the 33.
$136. $102. Stephen, you require 40. Game
Feel
shot
like a
on a
more
fourth
preferred
leg.
area of the
Stephen
board
Jameson.
for Stephen Jameson up at the top of the board rather than down at the 16s. He
Fifth
levels it
leg.
up.
It's Colin to
A
throw
game
first.
that looked like Colin
Game on.
Osborne was about to go 3-0 up in not too long ago. It's now a best of 3 and everything level.
$100.
I mean, he said, of course, he's going to try and win every game, have a good day, and get into Group B. That'll be the target.
60.
All these players want to win every match that they play, but this week of all weeks, it wouldn't be a disaster, would it, to be in Group C? You'd expect Colin Osborne in that group to be a strong favourite.
26.
Oh, absolutely. He's one of the favourites to win the week still with the odds compilers. There'll be a few debutants in that Group C campaign.
100.
Yeah, another northeaster in Carl Coleman, who has been playing decent stuff on the ADC circuit. He's going to be bringing
100.
a few more northeast eyes onto the Super Series. I've heard he's got quite a big following up there. Played in
60.
an exhibition and really did have the crowd behind him. I think he's also going to be accompanied by a player who's played on that stage before, by the name
81.
of Durrant. Jamie Durrant, that is.
56.
For the first time in what feels like a long time, a little bit of comfort here for Colin Osborne.
100.
Feels like Jameson needs to find a couple of big trebles here.
140.
Oh, and he does.
Colin, you require
Let's erase
94.
that comfort comment.
Good recovery. Jameson was nodding,
58.
thinking it was going, but he might be
Stephen, you
about to turn the
require
tie on its
85.
head. Options on 85. Treble 15 is the approved route. 2 10s.
65.
Not far away, but Osborne
Colin, you require 36.
can once again take aim at double 18. He was 2 from 2 at doubles. Colin Osborne's missed 6 since.
18. Stephen, you require 20. Game shot on the fifth leg.
That always
Stephen
hurts so much
Jameson.
more as well when it's last start in hand. Colin Osborne was aware, he was peering at the back of the stage, looking at the board.
Sixth leg. It's Stephen to throw first. Game on.
You'll be wondering what's going wrong here. I think regardless of the result, both players here are going to be coming off the
42.
stage feeling like they should have won it and won it a little bit more comfortable. The doubles causing the troubles. 2 for 11 from Osborne. 3 from 17 from Jameson. Osborne just showing a little bit of
140.
resilience here. Trying to dig deep.
135. 140. 81. 64.
Very interesting this. If Jameson can win it, it'd be back-to-back victories against Colin Osborne. As we mentioned, it would take him level on points, so he does have a severe leg
57.
deficit after that
Colin, you require 157.
slow start on debut. However, Osborne here looking to turn the tie back in his favour. And he's got a couple of visits.
57.
Almost played it really safe there, didn't he? Went for the single 17, so
99.
leave 100 or
Colin, you
sort
require
of expected
100.
to hit the single 17 rather than a treble.
Well, that was an attempt at tops there for Osborne. It was a safe attempt and it would
31.
have been a long way off, and he's
Stephen, you
still got a lot of
require
work to do
87.
there. Should he get another opportunity? Because this is a match darts situation here for Jameson. It's a dart at the ball.
62. Colin, you require 69.
Does that help?
Game shot on the
Feathered in off
sixth
the
leg.
flight.
Colin Osborne.
And Osborne levels a game that looked like he was going to coast to victory in. When he won the
Seven
first
from
2 legs
final
with
leg. It's Colin
problem
to
at
throw
all.
first.
He's now
Game
had
on.
to really scrap and force this last leg shootout.
Skin saving last dart in hand there. Jameson thought he was going to go after the treble 19. You could see the wince on the face, but Osborne just taking a little bit of time here. Trying to take control of the situation. Dictate the
83.
pace. That means now 1 treble for Osborne is all he needs to inflict some damage.
60.
After this, we will start to get that race
57.
to win the group underway. Connor Scutt in action against Ricardo Ham. Scutt has only lost 1 match. Ham, who hasn't won any. And then Ashley Coleman will have a tough tie
96.
against third place Gert de Vos, who this pair will be hoping is beaten by Coleman for their Group B prospects.
28.
It's all going wrong here for Jameson. 9 darts thrown and he's scored just over 100 points. In this situation when Osborne's been looking a little bit edgy, certainly on the doubles, it's going to end
98.
up giving him quite a bit of time here. Even a maximum doesn't affect the situation for Stephen Jameson. Osborne got a guaranteed 6 darts.
140.
And that may
Colin,
be
you
coming
require
a bit too late here, you
164.
feel, for Jameson. Still roughly around 100 points behind.
$44.
But is it ever too late? Especially when you look at Colin Osborne, only hitting 3 from 13 attempts on the doubles.
60. Colin, you require 120.
Ah,
Big
brilliant.
shot. And the match.
He
Colin
ends the
Osborne.
match the way he started it with a lovely darting tops at the end of a 120 combo. And Colin Osborne, well, he was flying at the beginning of the game, falling in the middle, but he rises in the end to get the better of Stephen Jameson. 4-3, and in doing so puts a good bit of distance between himself and his opponent. 4 points clear of him, level on points with Gert de Vos, and the race for Group B is well and truly on, as is the title race in Group A, and that is going to be between Coleman and Scutt. The latter in action next against the so far pointless Ricardo Ham. So the action continues here at the Modus Super Series, and the race to top Group A is about to take its next turn, and it's been plain sailing actually for the two players in that race. Scutt and Ashley Coleman have only beaten each other. They've done it once apiece. Scutt comes into today on the back of a 9-match winning streak after the sniper shot down Coleman for the first time at the end of yesterday. And on paper, he couldn't have an easier start, taking on the Rotterdam thrower, Ricardo Ham, who's on his debut week, and it hasn't gone well so far, despite some flashes of what he can do. He hasn't managed to string enough legs together to pick up a win, and therefore he's stuck at the bottom of the table on no points. He will really want to reset tomorrow in Group C.
Connor to throw first.
But Connor Scutt will be hoping that he will have his feet up tomorrow and start preparing for Saturday.
I'm just going to pose two
57.
little bits of context here that may just concern a few people. First of all, Connor Scutt yesterday said he expects Ricardo Ham to come out playing a lot better today. He says he's seen a lot from him in the practice room to suggest that he's going to go up there on the stage and start producing soon.
45.
So Connor Scutt aware that there's more in Ricardo Ham than what we've seen so far. The next point, just to flag up a little bit of a warning,
68.
is Connor Scutt struggled the most in game number 1. He lost game number 1 on Monday, and yesterday, game number 1 was his worst average of the day.
85.
And got to be said, these a couple of opening darts here, they've been missing the target by quite a bit.
81.
Better.
125.
Overreaches on the last one. He's expected to win this match, Connor Scutt. He'll expect that of himself.
108.
But Ricardo Ham just reminds him that it's not a practice match. He does have an opponent.
99. Ricardo, you require 79. Game shot on the first
Reminds him in
leg.
some
Ricardo
style.
Ham.
180 followed by 79 in 2. 14 dart leg for Ham.
Second leg. It's Ricardo to throw first. Game
Leaving
on.
Scutt a little hamstrung.
Well, that has been what's caused him the problem checking out. Ricardo Ham has been
84.
19 from 90 darts. 21%. I mean, the positive to that is that he's had 90 darts at doubles, so he's doing something right to get that many shots.
81. $58. $96.
One thing Ricardo Ham has struggled with
119.
so far this week, though, is a little bit of front running.
$85.
Well, you did mention yesterday the one thing that Connor Scutt has maybe struggled with is the first
60.
match. Is this the opportunity to get him? Was beaten in the very first match of the group this week when he lost to Ashley Coleman. That's his only defeat.
55.
But he was threatened by Colin Osborne in the first game yesterday, despite winning that one 4-2 in the end.
50. $137.
Connor Scutt puts
Ricardo,
himself
you
in a
require
great position to strike
130.
back if Ricardo Ham doesn't take the 130. But he's going to get a dart at the ball. Oh, what a
Game shot on the
finish.
second
What a
leg.
shot.
Ricardo Ham.
Two big combination finishes here for Ricardo Ham. Connor Scutt warned us yesterday.
Third
He said
leg.
this
It's
guy's
Connor
got
to
it in
throw
the lockup,
first.
and he's showing
Game
it.
on.
One of these players is top of the table, having only lost one match. The other is bottom, having not won any.
140.
If you've just tuned in for the first time this week, it's not the way you might think. Ham, yet to pick up any points.
76.
Halfway to doing so after those two blockbuster finishes And that's a great point that Matthew Edgar makes. If you did miss the end of yesterday's show, Connor Scutt said Ricardo Ham is the one to watch out for.
137.
I'll tell you what, he was rivaling you for your job. He was excellent as a makeshift pundit in the
57.
studio at the end of the session.
Yeah, absolutely. Speaks really well, does Connor Scutt. Really good thinker.
100.
He does analyse the game very, very well, and is going to see a lot of improvement within his results over the next couple of years. I can
140.
guarantee that.
Connor, you require 124. $84.
Deciding to avoid the bullseye and just tee up tops. The important thing here is for Connor to get a foothold in this game.
100. Connor, you require 40. Game shot
And that
on the
sees him
third
do
leg.
that.
Connor Scutt.
One back, but Ham with the throw. And Ashley Coleman will be watching
Fourth
with
leg.
interest
It's
in the
Ricardo to
practice
throw
room. This would
first.
be a real gift for
Game
him
on.
if Scutt was to be cut down by the basement boy in this group.
95.
It's the grouping as well, isn't it? All around the treble 20. For Ricardo Ham, Connor Scutt having to dig deep here, and he is.
139.
He's averaging 98 here, Connor Scutt. It's not like he's underperforming. It's just Ricardo Ham has really stepped it up.
58. $98. $44.
Although, as Connor Scutt is starting to lay it up here to Ricardo Ham, he's just
140.
starting to waver a little bit now. But this just shows where Connor Scutt's
83.
game is right
Connor, you
now, where
require
his mind is.
124.
A lesser player would have been caught out by this barrage in the early part from Ricardo Ham. Connor Scutt just says,
84.
"Oh, is that how we're going to play it, is it? I'll have a bit of that too then, pal."
140.
Yeah, this has been a really
Connor,
good
you require
response.
40.
But may have to hit this. Interesting to see that he stepped across the oche there.
20. Ricardo, you require 81.
Wasn't an obstructed target. He just wanted to stand in line with the target. Might get Matthew Edgar's thinking on that in the next leg. But this leg,
44.
still in the balance. Scutt
Connor, you
gets another go
require
at double
20.
10.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
And this time
Connor
he hits
Scutt.
it. So 2-2. And he's kind of got himself out of trouble here. But yeah, we're interested in your thoughts on that,
Fifth
Matthew,
leg,
because you
it's
can kind
Connor
of
to throw
see the
first.
thinking behind it. When
Game
you're
on.
throwing at treble 20, he's standing straight in front of it and chucking at that. So he's probably thinking with that double 10, well, I'd rather be in
140.
exactly the same position.
Well, he throws with a very straight arm. He's very square onto the board, isn't he, Connor Scutt? And with that, he'll just want to
59.
be literally throwing down lines. Then he's just got to get the height right, essentially, rather than the width as well.
Whereas most players would assume the same starting position for
97.
any target.
$140.
Connor Scutt did play in the Southampton Dart Series last night, I am
52.
told. It was a Master Out tournament as well. That would be something interesting. Don't at me about a specials week for that.
100.
I believe he wasn't the only one. Ricardo Ham went with him. Wonder if Connor Scutt regrets that
134.
invitation, although he is turning it around here. Also, one of our crew claims to have hit a 180. Jake, who you may have
60.
seen on the
Ronnie
recent on the
requires
Orky videos on
78.
the YouTube channel, did it against Mike Gillett, apparently. I'm not sure I believe that, but I'll give him a shout out anyway.
58. Ricardo, you require 142. 86.
Connor Scutt to
Connor,
get
you
his nose in
require
front for the very
20.
first time in this game. 3 darts at double 10.
No score. Ricardo, you require
Sometimes the misses
56.
make the matches. Oh,
36.
but that is a
Connor, you
huge
require 20.
let off for Connor Scutt.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
He'll
Connor
breathe a sigh of
Scutt.
relief there. Well, Connor Scutt, he's had a couple of opportunities here, Ricardo Ham, to extend this lead, but
6th
I
leg.
feel
It's
like now
Ricardo
Connor
to throw
Scott's got his
first.
nose in front.
Game on.
That could be curtains for Ham.
$140.
Significant improvement here from Ham. Averaging 88. We've not seen anything like this from him across his first 10 fixtures so
57.
far. We didn't see anything on the stage to suggest it, but Connor saw plenty in the practice room.
100. $94. $100.
Well, barring big mistakes here from Ricardo Ham, you feel this one's going the distance.
100. Ricardo, you require 161.
Certainly even more so now. Brilliant leg of darts.
$140. Ricardo, you require 24.
All got a bit
18.
awkward very quickly there.
Connor, you require
Suddenly, Connor Scutt has a
110.
match-winning opportunity.
Needs a treble 17 to get a dart at tops. He's going to get a dart.
90.
He needs more.
Ricardo, you require 6.
Well, this is fraught with danger. Double 3. It's 1 dart at double 1 to stay in it.
No score.
And Ham
Connor, you
has
require
probably
20.
performed as well as he's performed in any match. Certainly those 2 finishes at the start of it.
Game shot
But
and
the
the
result
match.
is the
Connor
same old
Scutt.
story for Ricardo Ham. And Connor Scutt has a good look at him. He knows he was in a game there and might have got away with one. Good bit of encouragement for Ricardo from Connor, but it is Scutt who wins the match and moves 2 points clear at the top of the table. He played well himself, an average of 91.5, 33% on the doubles. There were 2 really big finishes, 79 and 130, that got Ham going at the start of the match, but then Scutt reeled off 4 straight legs to put the pressure on Ashley Coleman, who's in action next against Gert de Vos. Well, despite the good performance from Ricardo Ham, Connor Scutt picked up the points in the previous match, and that now lays down the gauntlet to Ashley Coleman, who has only been beaten by Scutt. The only defeat for the Prince of Darkness was in the final match of yesterday, that after a 9-match winning streak. We sort of pose a question whether or not one defeat would lead to more for Ashley Coleman, and his first test is a tough one here. Gert de Vos, who was the only player to average in 3 figures in any of his games yesterday, the 42-year-old Belgian, is the opposition for the 27-year-old former UK Open participant in this opening round of fixtures. And the task now for Coleman, who had been the league leader for most of the last couple of days, is to respond to what Connor Scutt is doing. And what Connor Scutt is doing is winning. He's now won 10 games in a row since that early defeat to Coleman on Monday. Can Coleman join him on 20 points in the table, or is Gert de Vos going to be the first to throw a spanner in the works?
It wasn't all clear sailing, was it, for Connor Scutt? He had to survive quite a few darts there from
100.
Ricardo Ham. Coleman will be hoping that things are a little bit more comfortable, and they've been comfortable for him so far in this fixture against Gert de Vos. They played each other on Monday and
96.
Tuesday. Ashley Coleman getting the better on both of those occasions. On Monday, it was a 4-2 success for Ashley Coleman.
58.
And yesterday improved on that with a 4-1 success. However, today's game will feel completely different because today the finishing line is in sight.
180.
Where we rounded up the flags yesterday regarding the performance of Connor Scutt in fixture
81.
number 1. Gert de Vos in fixture number 1 yesterday was exceptional, averaging 101.90.
80.
In fact, has never lost in this early morning session.
56. Gert, you require 85.
Allowed the luxury there,
45.
that 180, giving him a bit more time at the back end of the leg. Didn't need to entertain the bullseye. Can purely just set it up.
122. Gert, you require 40. Game shot on the first leg. Gert de Vos. Second leg.
Gert
It's
de Vos
Ashley
in
to
his
throw
own
first.
little mini battle
Game
as
on.
well today with Colin Osborne regarding a Group B place. Could still at the start of the day mathematically win
177.
the group, but I think 100 to 1 was a little tight to the odds compilers, to be fair.
120.
At this much quicker pace, trying to play with a bit of rhythm.
98.
We did see some decent stuff from him yesterday.
85. Ashley, you require
Coleman
16.
has reacted well to losing that opening leg. This is tricky though.
No score.
He can't locate
Gert,
the
you require
target.
92.
Opportunity knocks for the man who calls himself Foxy.
$80. Ashley, you require 16.
Might be about to be outfoxed here. Oh,
Game
great
shot
dart.
on the
What an
second
adjustment
leg.
that was
Ashley Coleman.
from Coleman, who draws level.
Third leg. It's Gert to throw first. Game on. $121. $100.
He has now
121.
managed as many maximums as both Connor Scutt and Ashley Coleman. Gert de Vos, the one he hit early in this match, taking his
100.
tally to 14 for the week.
I'm trying to work out the pacing here of Gert de Vos, and I'm just
95.
scrolling through old videos from 2015. He was a bit quicker. 2017, a bit slower. I just
43.
don't think he knows what pace quite suits him, or maybe he's one of those like a Brendan Dolan who can just sort of alternate between paces and goes on how it feels at the
100.
time and what he thinks he needs to do in that moment.
96.
Ashley Coleman
You require
does play at a
64.
pace, but sometimes could do with pausing for thought, because there he's left himself on a bogey.
48.
And would have had an opportunity here for a checkout had he changed route in the previous visit.
55. You require 16. Game shot on the third leg. Gert de Vos. Fourth leg. It's Ashley to throw first. Game on.
He hasn't got it easy in his opening games, Coleman.
97.
Plays DeVos, then Osborne. Fixtures are falling a little more kindly for
100.
Connor Scutt, who got the bottom two in his first two matches, and that could be crucial, really. There's very
86.
possibly the prospect of them going into their game in game 10 today, where one of them needs to win to secure qualification. Then no guarantee it's going to go right down to the
100.
wire, even though it has been so close between the pair of them so far this week.
100.
And you'd have to say, if you got through to Wednesday having only lost one match, it's a bit of a nuisance that somebody else is that right there with you. You'd expect to have a little bit of a buffer, wouldn't you, with that record, but that's not the case.
111.
How unfortunate is that? He got the two trebles and the single rejected from the board. That means Gert de Vos
82.
unable to leave himself a finish. But Ashley Coleman leaves himself lots of work to be done from 136. So this, a big visit potentially for de Vos in the context
81.
of the game.
Ashley, you require 136.
The chance does present itself for de Vos to break the throw, to take advantage, to
76.
give himself a bit of
You
daylight
require
between himself and Coleman.
109. 84. Ashley, you require 60.
That might actually be a happy accident, because it means he's
shot
got
on
a
the
clear
full
shot
flag.
at
Ashley
double 10,
Coleman.
which he hits for 2-2.
Fifth flag. It's Gert to throw first. Game on.
You made the point yesterday as well that Coleman, because he was winning, didn't have to think at all, but now he's in
73.
a different position, having come into the day level with Connor Scutt and playing the second match, knowing he has to actually respond to what Connor's done.
100.
Brings its own pressure.
Well, there was a lot of study and research, wasn't there, go into the penalty shootout scenario in that same situation. Is it best to take the first penalty or the second? Is it best to set the pace or know what you need to do?
43. $45.
A lot of players would say, well, I try not to think about the situation, just play one game at a time, but that's a lot easier said than done.
Oh, absolutely.
78.
Saying something and doing something are two completely different things.
81.
Could be entering a key spell of the game. An opportunity could arise here for Coleman
60.
to get the break he needs. Only a few points behind.
105.
And now he's first to a finish.
$41. Ashley, you require 170. 48. $140. Ashley require 122.
Double 7.
108.
Got his
Jody
chance.
require 66.
Gave himself a chance, but couldn't quite take it.
$46. Ashley
Well,
require
that could be the
14.
moment that turns it all. In a very similar situation in the last one when Connor Scutt was on the board.
10.
But last start in hand
Gertie
doesn't bail
require
out Ashley
20.
Coleman. He may need to wait a bit longer if he's going to take control of the game.
Just saw a micro reaction there from Coleman as well. He feels that that is
Shot on the fifth leg.
a
Good
moment that
DeVos.
slipped through his fingers, and he may well be right, because DeVos is now 1 up and 1 away from inflicting what would be
Sixth
back-to-back
leg. It's
defeats
Ashley to
on
throw
Ashley
first.
Coleman.
Game
The
on.
loss to Connor Scutt at the end of yesterday, and now could be defeated by DeVos at the start of today.
125. $97. $140. $80. $58. $140.
Just puts himself in the same postcode there, DeVos. And that's a
98.
really important last start from Ashley Coleman.
$41. Ashley require 80. Game shot on the sixth leg.
Really good
Ashley
leg there
Coleman.
from Ashley Coleman, who missed a couple of chances to get 3-2 up in the last.
Seventh and final
A
leg.
14
It's
dart
Gert to
holder throw. Not
first.
much Scutt DeVos
Game
could do
on.
about that one, but he's got the advantage of throw here. And you feel Coleman is going to need a very similar leg.
55. $125. $140.
Well, he can only do what he can do, but DeVos, I was about to say, in the box
140.
seat, still might be. Can leave a finish if he thinks this out, but that opportunity has disappeared, and Coleman
43.
has just become favourite to win the leg, and therefore the match.
96.
Well, he's down to a finish. And he's
42.
going to get
Ashley
6.
require
A straight ton
140.
here would be a dream visit for Coleman.
120.
Well, that'll do. Maybe just exhibits a little bit of nervousness. So careful to avoid the treble 20 and the embarrassing
93.
bust, but
Ashley
much better
require
there.
20.
Had a quick look to see what DeVos was on, suggesting he doesn't really want to go for that
Shot
double
on the
5,
match,
but he'll be glad
Ashley
he did,
Coleman.
because Coleman had picked up the win. It was dramatic. It was tough for Ashley Coleman. A puff of the cheeks as he disappears off the stage, but a 4-3 win and 2 points that mean that this race continues to be neck and neck, and it could well be a photo finish between Scutt and Coleman, who now both have 20 points, and Connor Scutt, he's now in the position of needing to answer. He takes on Stephen Jameson next. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we have a real battle between Connor Scutt and Ashley Coleman at the top of the table. That's because both of them have won their opening matches. That's after Osborne beat Steve Jameson in the first game of the day. Then Scutt defeating Ricardo Ham, who did give him a game, as did Gert DeVos, but Coleman coming through, meaning the pair are tied on 20 points apiece at the top of the table, and there is still nothing to separate them. And what does separate them is 4 legs. Connor Scutt with the marginal advantage, but will of course have to play Coleman later today, and first we'll have to beat the other players put in front of him. Next up, Steve Jameson, who has played some decent stuff in the last couple of days. Can he continue that and cause Connor a problem here?
You feel like he's going to be there or thereabouts, but one thing the stats show us is Connor Scutt is a visit ahead on most of the metrics, and that's how it feels
First
as well when
leg,
he
it's
plays
Stephen to throw
a player
first.
like Steve Jameson,
Game
who
on.
is going to need to take one of those sort of finishes, the 116s, the 120s, something within that range. He's going to have to take out here if he is going to live with
100.
the favourite to win this group in Connor Scutt.
$140. $85. $100.
Certainly a lot straighter as well.
41.
Good timing today in regards to sort of finding that line on the 20s. We've seen all week that he's sort of been straying into the 5s quite a lot.
91.
And that started to eke out of his game a little bit as the week goes on.
60. Connor, you require
Another chance for a break
170.
here for Connor Scutt. 6 starts at the 170.
130.
He's up for it today, Connor Scutt. You can just tell he's got a very determined, focused look.
133.
Well, that brilliant
Connor, you
bullseye teed up
require
tops.
40. Game
And
shot
he takes it out for a 13 dart breaker throw in the opening leg. Stephen Jameson acknowledging the brilliance of his opponent
Second
there.
leg, it's Connor to throw first. Game on.
You feel like Connor's one of those
140.
players that was just a victim to a slow start to life on the PDC, because he did actually do okay last year, didn't he? He made the World Championships, he
94.
made the Players' Championship finals, which means he was in the top half of the tour. He also won a game at the World Championships. That against Krzysztof Kachuk by 3-0.
140.
And it sort of goes down to that same sort of poll as Radak Skagansky, if you remember, having a great second year, but the slow first year actually lost him his card,
95.
where had he have kept his card, he'd have probably been in the World Match Play. Which, if that was the case, James Wade wouldn't have been at the Match Play and wouldn't have made the semi-final. How things change.
Yeah, and he's certainly showing here, Connor Scutt, that he's got the capabilities to mix it with
44.
anyone.
Connor, you require 50.
Stunning start to this game. And he's
Yeah,
hit the
shot on the
bullseye
second leg.
for a
Connor
10
Scutt.
darter. Straight for it, straight in it. And it's astronomical, the first couple
Third
of
leg,
legs.
it's Stephen to throw
Just
first.
23 darts
Game
used
on.
by Connor Scutt to get halfway to the winning line. And that amounts to an average of more than 130.
I didn't see him going for
86.
the bullseye, but I'm so glad he did. Just really showing the quality and the reason as to why
100.
he's so highly regarded. The reason as to why at the start of the show I suggested that he's not just a favourite for this group, I think he's the favourite for the series. When
85.
you look at the players that aren't going to be in Champions Week lineup.
It's almost become the done thing, hasn't it? 50 left after 9, and you go for it. If that's 50 left
131.
after 12, you won't see players go for it. But I blame Chris Mason. He did it on the Super Series stage, and many have followed.
85.
I suppose if you've got 50 left after 9, you must feel like you can't miss anyway, so... Always special stuff when it goes in. But here he goes again. This could be 13, 10, 12.
101.
Well, let's put it into
Conor, you
context. This
require
could be the greatest
130.
game we have ever seen here at the Super Series.
Double 5.
125.
Well, he's not that good,
Stephen,
is he?
you require 144.
Fair play to Jameson here, because we're getting caught up in the 128
Conor, you
average
require
of Connor
5.
Scutt right now, that Jameson's actually within striking distance if Connor makes a mistake.
Game shot on the third leg.
He
Connor
doesn't
Scutt.
make mistakes. He's in the flow. He's in the rhythm. He's in the groove.
Fourth flag. It's Connor to throw first.
Not only
Game on.
the most dazzling display we've seen for some time to this point, and it could get even better from Connor Scutt. But what a message this is to send out to
140.
Ashley Coleman, who is just gearing up in the practice room to take on Colin Osborne in the next game.
100.
Well, we believe a 12 darter here for Connor Scutt
131.
would be enough to break the record here at the Super Series in terms of the all-time average, which means he's got 6 darts here at
70.
230.
And
that is on.
40. $45. Connor, you require
Darryl
90.
Pilgrim holds that record.
Game shot. And the
And
mark.
Connor Scutt,
Connor Scutt.
well, hasn't quite managed to catch him. It's a 4-0 win. It's an average of 120.24. That is absolutely out of this world. And he looks like he's going to be out of everybody's league. 120.24, 4 out of 7. He started in style with a 13 darter, then hit a bullseye for a 10 and just carried on in the same vein. It ends with a dozen dart leg, 120.24. Well, just look at that for a little bit longer. And Ashley Coleman will be thinking about it when he takes to the stage, because he has to answer that when he faces Colin Osborne.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
They've both got the talent where they can just reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat. What a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
But what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree.
Only needs the one.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you
Labanov.
saying about efficiency?
Game shot on the third leg. Reece
Is that
Robinson.
the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it.
Game shot.
And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so.
Andreas
Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanov. Game shot.
Josh
and
Smith,
mark.
is it
Darius Labanov.
a 9? A long time. And that clenched fist.
Game shot. And the
Well,
mark.
he gets the job
Andreas
done
Harrison.
in the end. He's nodding in total
Game shot on the
agreement
second
because
leg. Game shot on the fourth leg.
Just
Darius
like that.
Labanov.
only needs the one. There you can see.
That she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him. And is. It was a great dive.
Game shot on the first leg. Andreas
It's a
Harrison.
breaker throw for Andres Harrison.
Game shot on the second leg. Cam Crabtree.
Consecutive breaker throw. Double 16 is found.
And he does lead.
The fifth leg. Game
It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison!
Well, you rejoin us with the confirmation that 120.24 average before the break from Connor Scutt is the second highest ever at the Modus Super Series. The highest, Daryl Pilgrim, who averaged north of 122 in an incredible spell. Remember when he did that, he stayed there for the next game, hit a 9-darter, so all eyes on Scutt when he returns, although there's a couple of games before he plays. The most important part of that victory was actually the 2 points that he picked up for it, because that win for Connor Scutt really piles of pressure on Ashley Coleman, who is about to take on Colin Osborne
First. Game on.
and needs to win to go level on points again. And also the fact that it was 4-0 means that Scutt now has an 8-leg advantage in the leg difference as well.
97.
So it currently looks like Connor Scutt holding all the aces, but if Coleman can come through the early games against DeVos, which he already has,
96.
and now Osborne, then maybe that dynamic starts to change a bit. Despite the standard Scutt has produced, he has the tougher games later in the day.
100.
Well, if you're wondering if the players are aware of that, absolutely so. You'd see there Colin Osborne stood at the back of the stage, just mimed up to me. 120. That has set the standard, set the tone.
80.
Now, he could go out there and really make
60.
this great moment for Connor Scutt even better if he is to get the victory over Coleman, because that would mean that that victory for Scutt would really cash in.
83.
Yeah, brilliant performance that we've just witnessed there. Connor Scutt, remarkable.
100. Colin, you require 142.
Coleman had to work hard in his first match, winning against Gert DeVos 4-3.
64. Ashley, you require 144. 100. Colin, you require
So
78.
Osborne for a breaker throw. Means he can leave his beloved tops. Well, he could have. He does in the end, but he's not going to go a dart it on this occasion. Ashley Coleman breathes again.
28. Colin, you require 40.
That could get a little bit tricky with a flat-lying dart that Colin Osborne has.
No score. Ashley, you require 16.
Doubles have caused him so many woes these past few days.
Game start of
Punished
first leg.
once
Ashley
again.
Coleman.
I'm not going to talk about it all day, I promise, that 120, but I just had an interaction over
Second
on
leg,
X
it's Colin
that
to throw
I
first.
find really
Game on.
interesting. Something we haven't spoke about yet, but it's such a big valid point, and I can't believe it until I look back. That 120 average for Connor Scutt, he
45.
did without hitting a single 180. All 2 treble power visits. Consistent
96.
brilliance from Scutt.
Yeah, superb. Just to give you the dart count, leg by leg, Connor Scutt went 13, 10,
59.
15, 12.
$135.
Colin Osborne has already hit a 180 in this game.
140.
2 trebles on that occasion. But Coleman's in a good spot here.
100.
61. Ashley require 170.
Doesn't need to go for it, but does.
145.
Maybe his own little mini response was in his mind there. Having seen Scutt do what he did, Coleman wanted to showcase his talents as well. Now has to clean up the remainder.
46. Ashley require 25. 17. Colin, you require 150.
I think this will be the more traditional 150 from Colin Osborne. Opting to use the trebles rather than the party piece finish of the
58.
bullseye.
Ashley, you require 8.
All Coleman wants to do is get the leg in the ledger, and he's
Shot on
done
the
that
second
now.
leg.
2-zip.
Ashley Coleman.
Big win could be important as well. Look, if he keeps winning and Scutt
Third
keeps
leg,
winning,
it's
it,
Ashley
it
to
will
throw
come down to that
first.
match between them. It won't
Game on.
matter about leg difference. But if there are other upsets anywhere, the leg difference could come into play.
58.
That game is game number 10, coming your way roughly around 10 past 12 today, give or take. Actually, Coleman, Connor,
100.
Scutt. One apiece on the head-to-head stats. It's all setting up really for a one-game showdown.
Colin Osborne actually, interestingly, did say in that
140.
interview at the start of the show that Ashley Coleman had surprised him this week. He didn't expect Coleman to be as dominant as he's been. It seems strange to say dominant when he's not even top of the table, but there have been
96.
two dominant forces in this group.
I mean, I'll have to agree with Osborne on the evidence of what we've seen before, but one thing the evidence also does show us is that it has been improving time on time for Ashley Coleman. And he just continues that upwards curve. It'll be so
58.
exciting to see
Ashley
where he is
require
in
164.
18 months' time.
136.
After the first round of fixtures, all went tight,
85.
close games.
Ashley, you require
The
28.
second round of fixtures is all one-sided.
Shot on a third leg.
4-0
Ashley
to Scutt.
Coleman.
And 3-0 in play to Ashley Coleman.
Just saw Colin Osborne just give himself a
Fourth
little bit of
leg,
a
it's
G up
Colin
there.
to
Doesn't
throw
want to be beaten
first. Game on.
to 0. And Ashley Coleman currently averaging about 30 points
140.
fewer than Connor Scutt did in his match with that brilliant 120 average. But whether you average 120
100.
or 80, a 4-0 win is a 4-0 win. 2 points plus 4 on the leg difference. All counts the same.
60. 140.
Ricardo Ham and Gert de Vos to complete this cycle of
45.
fixtures. This is the point where we'd normally say as the table takes shape, but the table's already shaped.
140.
We know the battles that are ongoing. Colin Osborne in his own battle with Gert de Vos. But Gert de Vos may be able to take a bit of a march on that, especially if Osborne loses this one quite
42.
heavy in terms of the legs.
Ashley require 121.
Which at the moment looks ever more likely.
57.
Yeah, looking for the perfect reply. May not be the rolling glitter performance that we saw from
98.
Scutt, but it will
Ashley require 64.
almost certainly now be the same result. Scutt wins 4-0.
48.
Coleman, well, he still might, but
Colin, you
Osborne's going to have a say.
116. 76. Ashley, you require
Chance
16.
has been and gone.
Eight. Colin, you require 40.
Well, Coleman squandering the opportunity. 4 darts to win, 4-0 go. But that won't be easy for Colin Osborne.
No score. Ashley, you require
The
8.
reaction tells you everything. Coleman to get the job done.
Game shot and the match.
And does.
Ashley Coleman.
Took him a little bit of time to get over the line, but Coleman gets over the line in the end and does exactly the same thing that Connor Scutt did in his last. It's a 4-0 success there for Ashley Coleman with an average just shy of 86. In regards to the league table, it does keep everything very, very tight at the very top. Connor Scutt on top by just 4 legs. For Colin Osborne, he could find himself dropping into Group C. He's 5 legs behind Gert de Vos, who has a game in hand, and that one coming up next when he takes on the man at the bottom of the table, Ricardo Ham. Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum.
18 for the bull. Bull.
53. No, he said bull. That's a great first out from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scape. Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable.
Get match darts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out. That's what he is. Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie face is through. He gets
And he's absolutely buzzing.
It was a game for that pie face dominated throughout. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where today the focus is on that top place. Connor Scutt and Ashley Coleman battling it out for the top place, the guaranteed place through to Saturday night, and they have both responded well. Both picking up 4-0 victories. Connor Scutt, the headline act, with that 120 average in his 4-0 victory over Steve Jameson. However, we now move our attention to the mid part of the table. Gert de Vos looking to get a place in Group B. He's in a battle with Colin Osborne, who just went down 4 legs to 0 to Ash Coleman.
It's Ricardo to throw first. Game on.
He's in a game here where he could extend his position in position 3. He's taking on Ricardo Ham, the man bottom of the table.
95.
Played 11 games, lost all 11 with a leg difference of minus 23. However,
95.
there were some really encouraging signs for Ricardo Ham in his last game. It was an average of 86 when he'd taken on Connor Scutt in the opening game. He went down 4-2, but he had plenty of opportunities to really stake a claim at maybe causing
100.
a sizable upset. So the group had been fair warned, and there was warned yesterday by Connor Scutt himself, who said,
94.
this guy is doing some good stuff in the practice room. Should it translate to the stage, is going to start to change his fortunes.
58.
Are you expecting him to get a win before this group comes to an end?
60.
It's very rare we see someone go through a group without getting a win, and you feel that an opportunity is going to present itself somewhere for him.
108.
I don't think it's going to happen in this leg, though. Gert de Vos down to a 2-darter. It could do.
108.
Ricardo Ham hitting straight back.
You require 68.
It's going to be the 1 dart for de Vos. It's going to be at tops.
Game
And that's
shot on
all
the
he
first
needs.
leg. Good
It has
DeVos.
happened twice before, where a player has gone through a group without picking up a win. Peter Manley.
Second
won't
leg.
be
It's Gert to throw
thanking me for
first.
reminding
Game on.
everybody of that one. And Jack Waring also went through a Group A campaign without a win.
60.
So it's a very small list of names, and Ham will be hoping not to add his name to it.
45.
Nipped out of the comms box during the last break, and just a little bit of backstage news that when
140.
Connor Scutt completed that 120.24 average, the second best we've ever seen at the Super Series,
108.
without hitting one of those.
80.
Ashley Coleman, his big rival in this group, was basically sort of worshipping him as he walked back into the practice room,
63.
saying how amazing it was, really respecting the performance. It's been a friendly rivalry between the pair, and he really appreciated witnessing such magic.
20.
That was nearly one of those moments. 180, nearly followed by 3. We have had 3 180s though here.
130.
2 in the favour of Ricardo Ham.
Did you see the little look over the shoulder as well after the first 2 darts? Almost like, I'm just looking for something to blame here.
100. Gert, you require 125.
The full match, by the way, the 120
65.
average from
Ricardo,
Scutt is
require
available to watch in
156.
full here on the Super Series YouTube channel, so do have a look at that after today's show. I was going to say if you missed it, but if you watched it, I'm sure you'll want to watch it again.
54. Gert, you require 60.
Loads of room to the left-hand side.
Game shot on a
He
second
was
leg.
determined to
Gert
stay
DeVos.
right for some reason, but he found it in the end, and he leads 2-0.
Third
I've just
leg.
had
It's Ricardo
two
to throw first.
4-0
Game on.
scorelines back to back. Is DeVos going to join the whitewash party?
100.
It's looking free-flowing and relaxed right now, Gert de Vos.
100.
But I think full credit also has to go to Ricardo Ham. Yes, he lost his opening game. Yes, he's 2-0 down here. But what an improvement so far we've seen in the performance. And maybe just the fact of the
131.
results of the last couple of days have just made people feel a bit comfortable against him at the moment. Because, again, averaging near the 90 mark.
40.
And the grouping, I said yesterday, it got better. And today even more so. Just nicely compact around the treble.
We've seen many a player
140.
struggle to settle in at the Super Series, but come Friday managed to force their way to finals night through a Group C. Who's to say Ham can't be one of them?
83.
He's got debutants in his group. He's going to have people that have been feeling what he's been feeling so far this week.
And without the luxury of time that he's
44.
No trouble there for
Ham.
Ham. Put him in a bit of peril here. De Vos looking at the double breaker throw. He doesn't think Ham's going to take this 1-3-4. He
Ricardo,
could have gone
you require
18 ball.
134.
Well, he was right in his assumptions. And not only is he beating him on the board, but maybe now beating him in the psychological
You require
warfare.
40.
It would be a double break. If DeVos can find double 10 on the wire. And in the bed.
Game shot on a
And in the
third
bag,
leg,
3-0.
DeVos.
Got to say, as a player, I do exactly what Gert DeVos would have done there.
Fourth leg, it's Gert to throw first.
I would have gone for the double 18,
Game
though, to be
on.
fair, in that situation. But I've laid up many times and said, right, if you're good enough is what you're essentially saying in the head. But I've
100.
also been on the receiving end of that, where Ricardo Ham is. And it really does encourage you. It's if to say, you don't think I'm going to hit this, and then you go up on 1-2. And I can actually recall a very similar
140.
experience. I did it against Michael Van Gerwen, took out a 167. Next leg, he did it again to me at the 170, as if to say, that was luck. These
80.
little war games and these little battles tend to happen quite a lot. Just little tells and things that you see.
There are some players that
95.
play purely on statistics and would always lay up, because if you do that 100 times, then 90% of the time you'll be back.
57.
And there are other players that do it totally on feel, trying to judge the mindset their opponent's in,
96.
put maximum pressure on them. Van Gerwen's always an interesting case, because often he'll go for the bullseye when his opponent's not on a checkout, but will lay up when they are.
31. Ricardo, you require
As I say, there's
170.
always little battles ongoing. Well,
145.
Ricardo Ham deciding to go for the 170. He did take out the 130 earlier on. Went at the 170 on this occasion, and this would be one of the breaker throws back.
79. Ricardo, you require 25. Game shot on a fourth
And he
leg.
does that.
Ricardo Ham.
Won't be suffering the same fate as we've seen Jameson and Osborne go
Fifth
down
leg,
in the
it's
last couple of
Ricardo to throw
matches
first.
in this round
Game
of
on.
fixtures. It was all close stuff in the first three games, at one-sided affairs so far in the next set of round-robin matches, but now Ham is off the
59.
mark.
If you're just tuning in for the first time today and you're watching Ricardo Ham, who
100.
86 average in his opening game, he's been mid-80s for the majority of this, and you was told that Ricardo Ham hasn't won a single game out of his first 11
125.
matches, you'd think this must be some standard this week. You'd think it was like last week all over again. You
57.
probably thought everyone would be throwing 120 averages.
100.
I think there's still a bit to go in this game, you know. Ricardo Ham not lying down, not losing the light.
100.
And even when he lost it for a second, he
121.
found it again straight away. Gets himself down to 96 after a dozen darts.
$44. Ricardo, you require 96. $56. $81. Ricardo, you require 40. Game shot on the
Well,
fifth
Matthew Egger
leg.
said there's
Ricardo
still
Ham.
legs in this game. Is this a leg where it ends? Ham bouncing
Sixth
back
leg,
from
it's
a
Gert to throw
3-0
first.
deficit.
Game on.
But DeVos now has the darts to put him away.
$59. $140.
He's lost 11 from 11. He was 3-0 down, looking likely to make it 12. However, he's in full
94.
ascendancy right now. A desperate last start there for DeVos.
83. $100. 180.
Here he comes. Ricardo hammering away at the treble 20.
44. Ricardo, you require 98. $60.
Just thinking in that position, would he maybe have thought about a split? Will he think about it when he comes back? He'll be under pressure because DeVos will be on some kind of checkout.
58. Ricardo, you require 38.
Is Ricardo going to split it, or shall we introduce a new phrase? Is Ham going to slice it? No,
Game shot on a
he's going to
stick
gobble
leg.
it up.
Ricardo Ham.
Break again, force a decider in which he has the darts and the opportunity to win for the first time on the Super Series stage.
7th and final leg. It's Ricardo to throw first. Game on.
Reaction from DeVos, maybe feels the chance has gone. This is a situation Ham's not been into often, but he is motoring his 4th maximum of the game.
79.
Ham, big favourite.
100.
Full focus as well. It just seems to have stepped into a zone here. The purplest of purple patches.
77.
13 darter in the previous leg. Kicks off this one with the 180.
$140.
Where has this Ricardo Ham been for the last 2 days?
97. Ricardo, you require 81.
What a way this would be. For his first win.
Game shot.
And
the
Ricardo
match.
Ham
Ricardo
finally grabs glory on his Modus Super Series debut. It's taken him 12 games, but he has got there. He's crossed the line. He's defeated Gert DeVos, and he's done it in style. A 13 darter and a 12 darter. He turned around a 3-0 deficit in that game. DeVos defeated, and that now hands an advantage, an opportunity to Colin Osborne, chasing him when he takes on Ham in a couple of games' time. But we're going to turn our attentions back to the race for first place. And next out, it's Ashley Coleman against Stephen Jameson. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we've had our first 6 matches of the day, and Ricardo Ham has just recorded his first victory of the week. A 4-3 success from 3-0 behind against Gert DeVos. 4 180s in there for Ham, finishing with a dozen dart leg. But before that, well, Ashley Coleman got a 4-0 win against Colin Osborne to answer a 4-0 win for Connor Scutt against Stephen Jameson, which included the second highest average ever here at the Modus Super Series. That was 120.24, and that leaves Connor Scutt at the top of the table, tied on points with Coleman. And we've got a race for first place. We've got a race for third place as well. DeVos and Osborne also tied on the same amount of points. Coleman now gets a chance to bat first in that battle. He's on 22 points, as you just saw with Connor Scutt, but will get the opportunity to move ahead of Scutt before Scutt plays DeVos in the next game and put the pressure on him. So far today, it's been the other way round, and the dynamic just shifts a little bit here. And then in their fourth fixture today, the pair will play each other. That could be decisive.
First leg, it's Stephen to throw first. Game on.
Well, the last time Steve Jameson walked on those stairs, he was walking down them after being on the receiving end of that magical 120 from Connor Scutt.
100.
Things aren't going to get too much easier here against Ashley Coleman, a man who's only lost to Connor Scutt so far this week.
100.
Yeah, and Coleman was basically worshipping Connor Scutt as he emerged from that brilliant performance.
$131.
So impressed with Ashley Coleman, though. Every time he's needed to produce something, he has.
100. $85.
Well, make no qualms about it. He forced himself really into the minds of the selectors for the Super Series
42.
by what he does on social media. It wasn't just through a straight, let's look at statistics and darting ability. Of course, it was known that he had that, but he was best known from doing it on live streams and stuff. Nothing wrong with that. But it did leave it open to accusations of being sort of overrated and things like that. Well, he's proving
74.
any doubt wrong, isn't he, this week?
91.
Yeah, showing a lot of potential.
51. Stephen, you require 100.
This is the range that Stephen Jameson has had to live in. He's taken on the big hitters of the group.
45.
Jameson, of
Ashley,
course,
you
a player that's
require
here by
40.
pure right. He's qualified through the ADC circuits.
Game start on the
But
first
it's
leg.
Coleman that lands
Ashley
the first
Coleman.
leg against him.
Second leg, it's Ashley to throw first. Game on. $60. $81.
Mentioned Stephen Jameson being a big family man. And they've all been getting up early. to watch
57.
every single dart that Steve has been throwing. I'm sure they'll be proud of what they're seeing and what they may see for the rest of the week. Joe,
100.
Dina, Sophie and Jacob, I'm sure are all tuning in again today. Cheering Stephen on.
58.
Getting him ready for a Group C campaign where he gets another opportunity to try and qualify. That is somewhere where Ashley Coleman may
81.
already be come the end of the day.
$121.
Well, you just had a shout out from Matthew Edgar. That should make your day. And then we are very grateful for anyone who engages in the YouTube comments, as long as they keep it sensible, respectful. A few just mentioning that they can't really believe what happened with Ham in the previous game, but to be fair, it looked like it was coming, didn't it?
77.
Yeah, the warning signs was there. We alluded to him at the start of the game that there's been
92.
warning shots. One of them was from
28.
Connor Scutt just yesterday.
Ashley Coleman's holding it together again.
Game shot on
And he
the second
exhibits
leg.
that with
Ashley
an excellent
Coleman.
arrow into a blocked bed. Respected by Jameson, who has shown himself to be a very
Third
respectful
leg. It's
character
Stephen to throw
on
first.
the hockey,
Game on.
but finds himself 2 legs behind.
108.
The last couple of days, this is a fixture that has gone the way of Ashley Coleman. 4-2 and then 4-1.
55.
Jameson will be hoping there is no pattern in play, because if there is a pattern of play here, it'd be 4-0 to
58.
Ash Coleman today.
That
60.
made slightly less likely by the maximum opening gambit from Jameson in leg 3. Connor Scutt back in
80.
action next. He's going to take on Gert DeVos, and then Osborne, meets the recent winner, first time winner
100.
in Ricardo Ham.
$95. $55. Stephen, you require 88. $72. $95. Stephen, you require 16. Game shot on the third leg. Stephen Jameson.
Jameson into the match.
Fourth leg. It's Ashley to throw first. Game on.
He's got some rather fetching attire, hasn't he, Stephen Jameson? We're seeing a different dart shirt every day.
Yeah, very colourful, isn't it?
43.
In contrast, Ashley Coleman, literally the Prince of Darkness.
Was that darkness or darkness?
140. $140. $100.
1-2-1 when he returns.
100. Actually, you require 121.
No real need to leave the bullseye. Well, he avoids it, but only by hitting the treble 11.
93.
We've spoken about Connor Scutt, his big rival in this group, being an excellent counter and an excellent darts mind, if you like. Ashley Coleman
50.
just seems to have plan
Actually,
A, plan A, plan A,
28.
doesn't he?
I have actually seen his plan.
14.
I saw plan B and plan C. Plan B was do plan A better. And plan C was more of the same.
Looks like he's read a checkout card once and then just stuck to it
27.
for
Actually, you require
his darting
14.
eternity. Finds himself on 14 again, this time opting to split.
Game
And
shot on
that
the
proves to
fourth
be
leg. Ashley
successful. So we
Coleman.
do get a little change of route there. Having gone for the 7-7 in the previous leg and hit it, and gone for it and missed it in this
Fifth
leg,
leg. It's Stephen to throw first.
decides
Game on.
to take away the danger.
$81.
Have we seen today
$97.
an even more unpredictable Group C start to emerge, with the fact that Ham's now won a game and looked good in winning it, with Stephen Jameson growing into the week.
42.
Two completely unknown quantities in Carl Coleman and Tom Cromwell in terms of Super Series experience. Stuart Kellett, who
100.
has done some good stuff in the past, and then whoever drops in from DeVos or Osborne. I think that anybody could go through.
I'm going to say something to you, Chris, that I don't think you ever thought I was ever going to say.
Here's a tenner.
Even worse.
78.
I don't know.
Yeah, and that is the point, isn't it? It just looks so unpredictable.
55.
I think I'll make one prediction in the fact that whoever does drop in from DeVos and Osborne, you'd expect to go through, but who would join them seems like a total
62.
lottery.
Yeah, just puzzling. It'll be a real exciting Group C. Just
43.
full
Ashley
of chance and
require
opportunity.
164.
But the opportunity here is for Ashley Coleman to get the job done and to put the pressure back on Connor Scutt.
98.
Yeah, that all gets underway from 1 p.m. Thursday and Friday. We have afternoon and evening sessions. Group B at 10 with Fallon Sherrick, Tony O'Shea and Ron Muhlenkamp joining the Darty party.
78. Ashley
But who
require
won't
66.
be playing tomorrow and Friday? Will it be Coleman? Will it be Scutt?
26.
Ashley keeps keeping
Even you
himself in
require
contention. In fact, a win
114.
here would see him assume pole position.
54. Ashley require 40. Game shot.
And it
the
is
match. Ashley Coleman.
Provisional pole for Ashley Coleman, who with that win, he's 12th of 13 matches, moves 2 points clear of Connor Scutt. It wasn't the greatest performance he's produced, but it was effective enough. A 4-1 success over Stephen Jameson, and now Scutt is the man who has to answer. Can he produce the fireworks that he did a few games ago when he had the average of more than 120 when he takes on a recently bruised Gert DeVos?
Next year, when that decision needs to be made, he's going to be 49. 1 year shy of the age of the seniors.
A very viable option. Two players who are around that age. Well, what did he say about the 9?
Will we get the 141? Will the promise come true? Double 12.
Shot. And the match.
Steve
West
has won the match with a 9-dart.
Harrison has kicked off the last leg in perfect style.
It's everything, really. Oh, he's timing this well again. 180!
With a 9-darter, treble 19. Treble 15 leaves double 18. Franchise Harrison to win the game in perfect style!
Hauled himself out of it.
Yeah, it was something that Henry actually said in jest that I was quoted as saying Jared Cole is one of the most, sounds a bit fishy. Glenn, do you know my grandpa Mark Salmon?
Do you? On a 177 and a 180. He's on a potential 9-darter.
Come on, Jared. Yes, you beauty!
Nice and high, and he's now got the game back into his
100
own destination, and wow, the momentum is with him. Here we go.
108.
I wouldn't have said it. Don't jinx it. Yes. Yes! Double 12! Yes! Get in there, Lee Cock!
Well, I think it's fair to say that the blue touch paper has been well and truly lit.
108.
6th max of the match. Oh, hang about. Hang about. It's getting ridiculous now. Can Tommy Leishman give us back-to-back 9-darters in back-to-back games? He could, you know. He could, you know. Goodness gracious me!
Tommy Leishman.
Back-to-back 9-darters!
Well, earlier today at the Modus Super Series, Connor Scutt put in one of the best performances you will see anywhere and produced the second highest average in Modus Super Series history. A 4-0 win against Stephen Jameson in his last match saw Scutt average 120.24. Only Darryl Pilgrim bettering that with his victory against Denny Alder-Coulter, 122.69. And Pilgrim actually is third on that list as well. Luke Littler with an honourable mention, and a fellow series champion, Andreas Harrison. But Scutt was the man who produced the fireworks today, and he's doing it in the midst of trying to complete a Group A victory campaign. Ashley Coleman, though, keeps up the heat. Only a defeat to Connor Scutt for Coleman. Only a defeat to Coleman for Scutt. And this race could be going right down to the wire, or at least until the pair's next game when they are going to play each other. First, though, for Connor Scutt, needs to get the job done against Gert de Vos, who let slip a 3-leg lead about half an hour ago when he lost to Ricardo Ham. So, can Scutt join Coleman on 24 points? We will find out. Myself, Chris Murphy, and Matthew Edgar talking you through
First
what
leg,
is
it's Connor
proving
to
to be
first.
a thrilling finale
Game
here
on.
at the Super Series.
I think there's going to be a lot of eyes on Connor Scutt after that last performance, and sometimes when you have such a big performance like he had in the last, it's very, very hard to
75.
follow it up, because everything you do just feels like a downgrade, even when you're playing pretty well.
81.
When you've just hit everything you're throwing for, it can be quite tricky, and he'd had a bit of time now to cool off. He's sat back waiting for the last two games.
100.
In fact, he's been sat out for 3. Ashley Coleman been on the stage twice since Connor Scutt left it. A 4-1 win over Jameson and a 4-0 win over Colin Osborne. And then that marathon game between Ricardo Ham and Gert de Vos.
100.
When Gert de Vos was 3-0 up. Ended up losing by 4 legs to 3.
121.
The slip with the last start means no finish here for de Vos.
$41.
No finish for Scutt either.
121.
Well, de Vos may ask a question, having left that 38
130.
after 12 darts.
You require
Break a
38.
throw if he finds it. He'll go next door, and now double 8.
30.
Got off the hook for
Only
now.
You require 55. $45. Gert, you require 8. $4. Connor, you require
Well, that's 6
10.
darts missed to take this opening leg. Sorry, 5 because he had to
Jason on
split,
the
but
first
Scutt
leg,
in the
Connor
end
Scutt.
manages to take advantage and gets away with one there.
Second leg, it's Gert to throw first. Game on.
Also worth just noting as well that Connor Scutt has now amassed
140.
48 legs and has a leg difference of 29 plus 29. The record for the
100.
highest leg difference in a Group A campaign is plus 36.
81.
He would have to do something special over his last few matches, but it's on. Ashley Coleman's actually only a couple of legs behind him, but of course only has a couple of games to play.
129.
And could only make it to plus 35 if everything went perfect, so he would fall just short. But Scutt could break the record today.
180.
And the record holders, Luke Littler, Christian Kist, and David
85.
Evans.
Gert, you require 100.
This is brilliant, though, from DeVos. He's certainly showing no signs of a hangover from that Ham defeat.
80.
Only on the outer ring. Scoring's been superb.
$93. Gert, you require 20. Game shot on a second leg.
That right there, Gert DeVos levels us up. But you say the scoring's superb. There is a conversation emerging right now in the YouTube chat regarding that leg of darts at the pentathlon for Connor Scutt. And I'm just going to remind you of what happened in that one. It was a leg of 1,001. Connor Scutt was taking on Jensen Walker. He opened up 71-100 before hitting 4 180s in a row and then taking out 110 for possibly 60. The greatest leg of darts that's ever happened over that sort of format. I've never seen anything to rival it.
And it makes it even more sort of remarkable when he had that leg that in the 120 average earlier today didn't hit a 180.
$57.
4 180s in a row, just incredible.
60.
You feel they need a maximum soon here because he's getting completely
57.
outscored by Gert DeVos.
$100. $140. Gert, you require 84.
Wants the ball here. Oh, and he finds it.
On a third leg, Gert DeVos.
Oh, despite the incredible performance we saw from Connor Scutt earlier, we did make the point that it only actually gives you 2 points. It only gives you a win. And if he loses this one, he'll find himself playing catch-up.
59.
Being the chaser to Ashley Coleman, who he will play in his next game.
$57.
Tend to find with these group campaigns, sometimes you just run into the wrong player at the wrong time, and is that the story that's developing here for Connor Scutt? Because this is the very best we've seen so far from DeVos. Well, certainly today.
108.
Well, there is one of those 180s, and it was much needed.
42. $58. $123. $58.
Well, he's only chipping off little bits since the maximum. 2 scores of 58, and DeVos puts himself perfectly placed
Connor,
here.
you require 148.
Scutt may have to take this out.
And it's on.
100. Gert, you require 40.
Rely on misses here from DeVos.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Gert
Which
DeVos.
there is none. DeVos a leg away from a big upset here.
Fifth leg, it's Connor to throw first.
Potentially force Connor Scutt into having to play a Group B campaign.
125.
Well, this may just be a search for some rhyme, reason, narrative. But is it possible that that electrifying performance from Connor Scutt could actually end up being the worst thing that could happen to him?
I said at the very, very start of the game, sometimes it's so hard to do. You
100.
see it so regular when even on the Pro Tour, someone will put in a big monster average and the next game they're eliminated.
Because it must feel like
89.
you're not playing well, even if you're playing okay, because of how well you played in the last game.
Exactly that. I said at the start of this game, everything feels like a downgrade.
180.
And DeVos just keeps hitting
147.
at the right times. The combination of those two things might result in a
95.
unexpected defeat
Kurt, you
here
require
for Connor
100.
Scutt. That would be music to the ears of Ashley Coleman as DeVos takes aim at tops. And double 10.
90. Connor, you require
Grimace.
52.
A reprieve.
$32. Gert, you require 10.
Well, this could send shockwaves through the Super Series.
Game shot and the
Connor
match.
Scutt cut down to size, having averaged more than 120 in his previous match. It's down to 85, but more importantly, it's down the stairs, defeated, as Gert DeVos bounces back from his defeat in the previous game to the man at the bottom of the table by beating the man who just half an hour ago was top. Now, Scutt finds himself a couple of points adrift of Ashley Coleman, ahead of their duel that is going to take place in a couple of games' time. Before that, Colin Osborne needs to respond to DeVos if he's going to wrestle third place off him when he takes off Ricardo Ham. Well, while the main race remains that one between Ashley Coleman and Connor Scutt, who will do battle at the top of the table after this match, the subplot, the secondary race, is between Colin Osborne and Gert DeVos to move into Group B, and DeVos has just had an impact in both of those races, winning against Scutt to put himself in third place. 2 points ahead of Colin Osborne, who now needs to respond by beating Ricardo Ham, who may have a new found confidence after he got the better of Gert DeVos in his last outing. So it might be a different prospect now for Osborne against a man he's already beaten twice this week. Has won one of his first couple of
First leg, it's Colin to throw
matches,
first.
beating Stephen Jameson in game 1 today, but then was on the wrong end of a 4-0 toweling at the hands of Ashley Coleman, the league leader, who will win the group if he gets the better of Connor Scutt in the next game. But attention on this one, Osborne looking to respond to DeVos.
100.
I think the big question is, can Ricardo Ham back up that performance? He backed up the improved performance in game number 1.
60.
With an even better one in game number 2. That one, the victory. The turnaround.
57.
A very unfortunate start there, wasn't it? 2 darts on. It was not quite full Gary Anderson, losing all 3.
60.
Every time I think of that story, I always go to the
100.
situation that happened on the challenge tour, where that happened. 3 darts in the treble, all fell out, and the opponent got his darts and just threw them in the wall. He refused to take advantage. He refused to take his shot.
When it happened to Gary Anderson against Phil Taylor in a world final, Phil Taylor stepped up and hit a 180.
34.
Probably laughing while he did it. I was going to ask
60.
what you'd do in that situation, but you'd probably hit the wall anyway, wouldn't you?
Yeah, thanks for that.
$60.
Well, Colin Osborne will be hoping he's not hit a wall in his pursuit for Group B, but
108.
he is being hit by
Colin, you
Ricardo
require
Ham, who's suddenly
150.
become the maximum man in this group. 4 in the last game, already won in this.
134.
Good setup from
Ricardo, you
Osborne, but
require
he's powerless to
51.
stop Ham taking the opening leg here.
Game shot on the first leg, Ricardo Ham.
Oh, we're getting a different flavour of Ham suddenly. This is superb.
Second leg, it's Ricardo to throw first. Game on. $42.
Well, Connor told us, didn't he, yesterday? He says, keep an eye out for Ricardo Ham. He's seen things in the practice room that wasn't transferring to the stage, and at some point it was going to.
41. $45. $180. $100.
There's still calls for a Chris Murphy Super Series appearance. And you've got to stop using this burner account, Charlie.
100.
They're usually calling for me not to be on the Super Series in any capacity.
140. $140.
Osborne tees up tops.
$46. Colin, you require 40. Game shot on a second leg, Colin Osborne.
Which he hits for a 13
Third
darter.
leg, it's Colin to throw first.
Reminder coming next.
Game on.
It's the big one, Coleman versus Scutt. And if Coleman wins that game, he will win the group. It all turned around really quickly. We were talking about the healthy leg difference advantage that
100.
Connor Scutt had, which at one point today was 8 legs better off than Coleman. Coleman's now actually ahead by 2 points and 2 legs.
47.
Very good in the chat there. Ham certainly is on a roll.
41. 140.
I've got a feeling we may be using that at various
60.
points throughout the rest of the week.
Yeah, we've not been able to do that kind of side of it, have we, so far? But he's started to perform.
58.
Or maybe that's a bit unfair. He started to win because the performances were improving.
45. 43.
The other side of it is we were saying about Group C that you'd expect Osborne or DeVos to go through, whoever makes it into that group, and then one of any of the other five. But we could have a situation where Ricardo Ham's beaten both of those players, and suddenly they look a little bit less certain.
Colin, you require 118.
That would be for Ricardo Ham if he was able to get through a Group C campaign after losing his first 11 matches on the Super Series stage.
Double 19.
Game shot on a third leg.
He may lose this
Colin
match.
Osborne.
He's lost that leg because Osborne has produced a lovely moment.
Fourth leg. It's Ricardo to throw first. Game on.
Colin Osborne's 7th big checkout of the week so far. The biggest, the 164, but seems to be the problem when he's got 3 darts in hand.
97. $45. 60. 140. 100. 134. 100.
Well, this is effectively the calm before the storm. It doesn't really matter for Ricardo Ham in terms of results today. It's all about gathering some momentum for that Group C campaign. But for Colin Osborne, he did say he really does want to be in Group B.
45.
Understands the maths involved,
42.
and that statistically you've got a better chance of getting through. So a win here would help him with that pursuit.
22. Ricardo, you require 99.
And he also plays Gert DeVos in the next round of fixtures, so it could be a really important round of fixtures.
79. Colin, you
Ricardo
require
Ham
20.
almost with a flamboyant finish, but Osborne gets another look.
He thought that was in. Had to be reeled back. Down the local, they'd all been sat there with the fishing rods.
No score. Ricardo, you require 20.
Choosing to bust. And Ham does the self-same thing.
Colin, you require 20. Game shot on the fourth leg. Colin Osborne.
The break throw there for Osborne. And Ham looks like he's going back to the woes that he had across the first couple of days.
Foot
to the floor now. Well, that's unfortunate.
80.
I think he tried to do it again then. Rob Collins did that, of course, here at the Super Series. There was some argument between Matthew Edgar and Henry Deacon as to whether that should be classed as a double Robin Hood or a triple Robin Hood.
We state all the real hot topics here, don't we, in the commentary box?
$58.
But the hottest topic today is who will make it through to finals night by winning Group A, and we might find out in the next game.
81.
The picture will certainly become a lot clearer as the two contenders go head-to-head. Ashley Coleman and Connor Scutt coming up next.
56. $59.
Connor having just
Colin,
had
you
an
require
11-match winning streak
118.
ended by Gert DeVos in the previous game. That put pressure on Colin Osborne. He needs to at least be with DeVos going into their game, which is also in the next round. He's already taken out this finish. And he's done it two different ways. Colin Osborne, a 4-1 success to get himself back level on points with DeVos in this battle for Group B in mid-table. He sees off Ricardo Ham with a 4-1 win. The Wizard wins and picks up the points for that one. An average just shy of 90, 2 ton plus checkouts, and both of them were 118. But now, attention turns to the top two. Ashley Coleman has the chance to seal qualification for finals night when he takes on his rival to win this group, Connor Scutt. That's coming up next. Welcome back. So the big one is coming up, the clash at the top of the table between Connor Scutt and Ashley Coleman. Matthew, we'll talk about that and preview it in a moment, but first of all, let's just reflect on what has happened so far today. Here are the results, and well, it started to take a turn, didn't it, when Connor Scutt lost to Gert DeVos a couple of games ago?
Yeah, that one a surprise result, certainly off the back of what we saw from Connor Scutt in the game before when he was 4-0 winner over Jameson with the second best average we've ever seen here at the Super Series. I think everyone expected Connor Scutt to go up there and win that one quite comfortably, especially with DeVos throwing away a 3-0 lead in the game before and being the only player to lose to Ricardo Ham so far. So it all did point quite nicely for Scutt and coming into this game with Coleman, but he's now opened the door and he's left a lot of work to be done.
Yeah, seeing that moment there where Scutt came crashing back down to earth after that brilliant performance in his previous game. We can't sort of let this chat go by without talking more about that, though. That was one of the most sensational displays we've ever seen. Second highest average, but kind of not unexpected from Connor Scutt.
No, but I think what's unexpected is the way it happened. Like, normally when you look at an average like that, you expect to see a couple of things. Maybe he was 100% on his doubles. Maybe he took out some big finishes. Maybe he had a lot of 180s. He was 54% on his doubles. He didn't have any 180s. It was just a real solid clinical performance where everything was just going for him. 2 trebles a visit, and the danger is after a performance like that that everything else can feel downgraded, and he's got to find a way to bounce back because that was brilliant, but that was one game. That was 2 points, and there's a job to be done here, and he needs to get back to the level of focus he had going into that game.
And Ashley Coleman has been doing his job, hasn't he? I suppose that is the credit you can attribute to him.
Ashley Coleman's been brilliant. I keep saying it. I'm so impressed with Ashley Coleman and what he's done throughout this campaign. When he's needed something, he's done it. He's not been one of these players that's always been very, very high in the atom. We go, wow, how I catch him, like Wesley Plaisir. But he's done his job, and what he's done is he's been better than the person who's in front of him. He gets drawn into the game, I think, Ashley Coleman. When you say, is this a player who plays the board or is it a player who plays the player? He plays the player, but he beats the player. And he's beat all the players really so far except Connor Scutt.
Yeah, they're just completing their practice starts before getting this game underway. Not really sort of exchanging pleasantries with each other, which apparently Coleman did after that brilliant performance from Scutt earlier on. What about the week so far, the head-to-heads? We saw Scutt lose to Coleman in the very first match on Monday and then beat him the very last match yesterday. Is this game going to be the decisive fixture, or have we already seen that with Scutt losing to somebody else?
It can be the deciding factor now that Connor's lost that game to Gert DeVos, because if Ashley Coleman wins this game, Connor can't mathematically catch him no more. The job is done, and Ashley Coleman's fans who follow him on the social media and watch him on the streams will be booking their tickets to Saturday night because he will be here and he will be playing if he wins this game. If not, it's going to be a little bit open. You probably make Connor Scutt favourite once again, but this game, you can't undersell how important it is.
Yeah, well, let's just highlight that by showing you the exact position in the table. Coleman top now, then 2 points clear because of that defeat that Scutt suffered against DeVos. Not much in it in the leg difference either, so if Connor Scutt does win this game, it may well come down to that at the end of the day. That's going to be a little more complicated when they go into their final fixture. So I'm going to ask you a straight question here. We know that if Coleman wins this match, he qualifies. Who do you think does qualify?
I think there's more drama to come. I don't think this is the end of the road. I think we've got a very long, twisty road ahead. And if that's the case, I think Connor gets the job done.
Right, we better head back to comms. It is time for this clash at the top of the table. It's all been gearing up to this all week. If Coleman wins, he will qualify. If Scutt wins, the race goes into the final lap. Let's get it on.
That's all he needs, a big moment in a big game from a big player.
Oh, it's brilliant. Back-to-back combos for Coleman. Brilliant stuff. Absolutely brilliant stuff. Had no need to go that route, but he's found 2 trebles and a double. Is he going to stay there? There's an ocean of space in that target. Double 15. That is fantastic from Connor Scutt. Utilise the marker.
180.
Here we go, then the time for talking is over, and this will be settled on the dartboard now. If Ashley Coleman gets the win, he will qualify
for finals night on Saturday here at the Super Series. And he might well bring a few from around the country to come and watch him on that stage. Connor Scutt yet to make it in a main Modus Super Series week and may have to do his bidding in Group B. However, still has a chance, has the opportunity to correct the wrong from his previous match when he lost out to Gert DeVos. Can Connor do it, or will Ashley be the one that seals the Saturday spot? Let's find out over 7 possible legs. Jack Garwood, the referee, and myself, Chris Murphy, and Matthew Aggett will talk you through this top of the table tussle.
How important could this be as well? The fact that Ashley Coleman's throwing the first darts in the game. In a close battle like this one, the advantage of throw may come into play.
125.
For Coleman, this is sort of
97.
Uncharted waters for him. Playing in a game with this sort of level of importance, he would be one of the most sizable paychecks that he would have picked up in his darts career so far, should he win a Group A campaign.
What's been impressive about Ashley Coleman is that he's played like practice, hasn't he? He's just carried on like nothing matters. Did speculate yesterday that defeat at the end of the day could result in more defeats today. That hasn't happened. He's won all of his matches.
100.
There's one thing that I mention as a real key strength of Ashley Coleman. It just gets that vibe that the only things that matter to him are the 3 darts that are in his hand.
140.
The last 3 were perfect. A 180 to leave himself on 8. Now leaves himself on 2.
6.
But those 3 did not go well for Coleman, and Scutt has a chance and takes that chance. Immediate break of throw.
13 darter as well there for Connor Scutt.
Second leg, it's Connor to throw first. Game on.
Ash just left pondering a little bit.
Yeah, it was a 180 to leave 8, and then 3 missed darts at double, allowing Scutt to come in.
$28.
Bit nervy, bit shaky.
Well, this might be where the experience factor that Connor Scutt has may come into play. He has been out there on the tours a lot longer than Ashley Coleman. He's also been on the Pro Tour as a tour card holder. Played on the World Championship stage.
$140.
This is what he was doing when he hit that monstrous average earlier on, the 120. Just finding those 2 treble power visits.
56. Connor, you require 89.
13 darter in the first leg. Adds a 12
in the
second. Connor Scutt's at it again. In fact, he's got the exact same average at the moment.
Third leg, it's Ashley to throw first. Game on.
Well, you said when Connor Scutt came off after
90.
That big 120 average, Ashley Coleman was lauding him. I wonder if we'd get the same reaction should he do it again.
And we showed you the list earlier of the 5 highest averages here at the Modus Super Series. Darryl Pilgrim was in positions 1 and 3. Connor Scutt splitting the difference.
31.
Pilgrim did both of those averages in the same day.
History has a habit of repeating itself.
57.
Well, Scutt will hope not, because one of them was in defeat.
100.
Remarkably. But this is brilliant from Scutt, and Coleman's going to have to raise his game.
$140. $95. Connor, you require 164. $64. 53. Connor, you require 100.
I probably feel he's got a bit of time on his hands here, Connor Scutt. He's going to need it.
84.
Sets it up well after
Ashley,
15. A must-hit moment for Ashley Coleman.
92. Connor,
Leaves
you
it handy,
require
but the way
16.
Connor Scutt's playing, you don't think he's going to miss too many opportunities.
Game shot on the third leg.
He's
Connor
raced into a
Scutt.
3-0 lead here. Ashley Coleman coming off the boil slightly as Connor Scutt starts to find his best
Fourth
once
leg.
again.
It's Connor to throw first.
And the thing is
Game
now
on.
that Connor Scutt's going to go from being placed firmly on the tungsten trapdoor with the threat of elimination from that battle for top spot in this group
140.
to actually being a huge favourite when it comes to the final set of fixtures, because he could find himself 5 legs clear
84.
on the leg difference on the same points, and that would mean that he'll be able to go and do his bidding
58.
in the final round, and we'll know exactly what he needs to do.
120.
Will be allowed to lose more legs than Coleman will, basically.
133.
Good thinking.
Connor, you require
Good
117.
application from Ashley Coleman.
57.
Could be a 170
Ashley, you
finish
require
or a 4-0 defeat.
96. Connor, you require 60.
Well, Coleman has barely put a foot wrong in this group. And after a small slip, Connor
shot
Scutt has
and the match.
recovered
Connor
and
Scutt.
put himself firmly in the box seat with an emphatic victory against his rival. The pair of them will go into the final round of fixtures on the same number of points. But crucially, Connor Scutt has a much better leg difference and is looking good now to reach finals night. It's a second ton topping average of the day, not quite the astronomical 120 he produced earlier, but a brilliant 105 in less than 6.5 minutes in seeing off Ashley Coleman. The big game that got the big billing is over in a flash, and Connor Scutt has a foot in finals night. Well, the action continues after a breathless showing from Connor Scutt that has put him in pole position to make it through to finals night as the Group A winner. Ashley Coleman had the opportunity. Had he won that game, he would have been through, but now it is going to go down to the final round of fixtures. Coleman will take on Ricardo Ham. Scutt will face Colin Osborne. He himself is in a battle with Gert de Vos to finish third and get into Group B. But next up is a meeting between the bottom two, Stephen Jameson and Ricardo Ham. They both know where they're going. Group C will be the destination for each of these players. Will be back in action from 1 p.m. tomorrow with Carl Coleman, Tom Cromwell and Stuart Kellett in their group, plus whoever doesn't make it into Group B from de Vos and Osborne. And it's an opportunity here for Ham to get his second win, having not had any victories before today.
But it is a fixture he's not had too much success in. He's lost both the games against Steve Jameson so far. Jameson with a 4-3 in that marathon game the two played on Monday, but a much more improved performance on the pair yesterday when
first leg,
Jameson
it's Ricardo
picked
to
up
throw
a
first.
4-2 victory. Can he get the hat-trick? Or can Ham find his second win, not just of the day, but of his campaign here at the Super Series?
140. $85. 81.
It's got in a real good rhythm and flow, didn't it, Ricardo Ham, where he felt so likely at 3-0 down against Gert de Vos. You could just
60.
see it coming, couldn't you? You see leg after leg him just growing in confidence and getting stronger and stronger as the game went on.
100.
Yeah, it does look like a different player.
65.
Off the back of that win, although he started performing quite well towards the back end of yesterday, then carried it on today. We
100.
got that warning from Connor Scutt, the group winner-elect. Said, watch out for Ham tomorrow.
95. Ricardo, you require 80.
It may prove to be right on all counts.
60.
Dart just got in the way, but it shouldn't matter. Jameson can't do a thing about it.
40. Ricardo, you require 20. 12. Stephen, you require 156. 29.
Well, taking a little longer
Ricardo,
than he would
you
have hoped here,
require
Ham,
8.
but still very much in his wheelhouse this
Yeah,
leg, and now
on the
it's
first
in his
leg,
pocket
Ricardo
because
Ham.
Jameson wasn't offering much, it has to be said.
Second leg, it's Stephen to throw first. Game on.
It's interesting to note, though, despite the fact that Ricardo Ham hadn't won a game and he'd also lost those games to Stephen
81.
Jameson, every day when these two have played, Ricardo Ham has been the favourite with the odds compilers. And by quite a bit.
125.
Today you can maybe support that case, him having the darts and him being the player that's won a match today. Of course, Jameson
80.
has lost all three so far.
$140.
Has had the tough task of playing Scutt and Coleman in his last two games. Did get close to Colin Osborne in his first. That was 4-3 to the Wizard.
40.
Two games in a row he's done that.
80.
He does have those rings on the back of his stems, doesn't he? Which do obviously give a little bit more target and a little bit more opportunity to get what is known in the game
44.
as a Robin Hood. When the
Ricardo, you
dart
require
pierces the back of the
156.
stem, flight, or any part of the equipment.
60. 76. Ricardo, you require 96. 56.
Nicely tidied up, and there's only one player in this match at the moment.
40. Ricardo, you require 40. Game shot on a second leg. Ricardo Ham.
No fuss, no drama for Ham, and no darts at a finish yet for Jameson, who's scoring.
Third leg, it's
Absolutely
Ricardo to throw
deserted him
first.
here.
Game on.
Perhaps
60.
coming into a little bit of form at the right time here, Ham, in regards to what is ahead of us in a Group C campaign.
47.
Yeah, it's a real contrast to, well, this fixture. Let's just choose this as an example on
60.
day one when it was a bit of a bore, wasn't it? That was a Ham pun, by the way, if you didn't get it.
81.
But he really is working his way into the week.
140.
Here, representing the amateur dart circuit.
100.
You're trying to get all these in now, aren't you? Because you're not here in Group C.
Yeah, I was just looking through my notes.
100.
You had like all double percentages and 180s and head-to-head records. I just had meat-based puns.
95. Ricardo, you require 141. 59. 44.
Let's go to
Ricardo,
double
you
Jameson.
require 82.
That may be continuing into the back end of leg number 3.
Game shot on the third leg.
Absolutely
Ricardo
superb
Ham.
from Ricardo Ham. Brilliant.
Fourth
Absolutely
leg. It's
brilliant.
Stevens to
Jameson
throw
not in it
first.
at
Game
all.
on.
And Ham taking full advantage. Hasn't even had a dart double in this game, Stephen Jameson.
28. 140. 100. 44. 133.
Jameson's final game is the final game of this group. It's against Scutt DeVos. It could be
95.
significant. By then, Colin Osborne could be ahead of DeVos, but he'd have to beat Connor Scutt to get there.
30.
Ashley Coleman was worshipping Connor Scutt earlier today. He might be praying he loses that one.
58. 29. Ricardo, you
Oh,
require
now 6 darts
164.
for Ricardo Ham for a very clinical finish. Very clean
133.
finish. Jameson not even having a go at any finish.
44.
Yeah, this has
Ricardo,
been a
you
real
require
redemption performance
31.
from Ricardo Ham, having lost the 2 previous meetings with this opponent.
19.
Is he going to
Stephen,
do
you
it in the
require
most emphatic way
137.
possible?
$42. Ricardo, you require 12.
Well, whatever
Game shot
caused
and the
Ricardo
match. Ricardo
to
Ham.
suffer all those early defeats, Ham has been cured, and he has now won a couple of matches here at the Modus Super Series. A 4-0 success over Stephen Jameson. A pat on the back from his jubilant opponent, the Dutchman, who wins 4-0 and moves within 2 points of Jameson and might not yet finish bottom of the table. That will be revealed in the final set of fixtures. Before we get into those, we've got a huge match in the battle for third place with Gert de Vos taking on Colin Osborne. Two at top. Osborne peers over his shoulder and will not like what he saw because Gert de Vos has made a very strong start to today. Probably a bad time to make that point, wasn't it? Colin Osborne slams in a 1-6-4. And that battle could be resolved at the end of this contest between the two of them. Colin Osborne and Gert de Vos fighting it out for third place in this group. Actually, 12 points adrift of the top two. That is how dominant Connor Scutt and Ashley Coleman have been. But whoever gets to 14 will be in pole position. And actually, Gert de Vos could qualify with victory in this match. He needs to win it 4-2 or better to secure it at this stage. But if he does that, he will secure P3 and will join Fallon Sherrick, Tony O'Shea, and Ron Muhlenkamp in Group B. We'll find out who the other player is going to be in the last round of fixtures, as Coleman and Scutt are still battling it out for top spot, of course. But a 4-2 win, 4-1 win, or a 4-0 win for Gert de Vos, and he is through any other outcome, and this one also goes down to those final three matches today.
De Vos should be mightily encouraged, though, by that last performance.
140.
Average of 98.72. In what was a bit of a surprise
62.
result, to be said. Beating Connor Scutt, the first player to beat Connor Scutt, not named Ashley Coleman.
$41.
Coleman will play Ricardo Ham. That's become a a more difficult prospect suddenly. That's going to be in the game that follows this. Then Osborne back to take on Scutt. Both
86.
or neither of them may need to win. We don't know yet. That'll depend on the next two games. And then DeVos's last match is the last match against Stephen Jameson.
43. 36.
This was a little bit edgy in the early going of this one. Both players probably aware of the head-to-head here would probably be the deciding factor for the table.
135. 59. Colin, you require 142.
1-4-2 for Osborne, not going to take it out. But DeVos on a big one.
52. Gert, you require 158. 60. Colin, you require 90.
'May only be a dart at the bullseye. That's all he's getting.
65.
Came close, but not close enough.
Gert, you require 98. 38. Colin, you require 25.
For a breaker throw. Scutt DeVos just pondering what's going wrong once again.
Game shot on the first leg. Colin
A very
Osborne.
sort of in and out performance, a very sort of in and out week so far for DeVos. Just been unable to back up a good performance.
Second leg, it's Colin to throw
Last
first.
game for him.
Game on.
Fantastic in beating Connor Scutt there in 21 darts. Didn't even get a single one at a double. He wasn't even waiting on one.
And the direction of his day could change very quickly here, because we explained at the start of this game that if DeVos wins it 4-2 or better, then he is through to Group B. But if he doesn't win it, he might not be able to get through to Group B before he even plays his last match, because Osborne, of course, plays again before DeVos does.
$70. 180.
At the 18th maximum from Gert DeVos so far this week. In fact, is the biggest 180 hitter we've had so far across this campaign.
And that kind of thing could be the difference in this mini battle.
140.
Buy himself a few more chances. The break back is on with the aid of that maximum.
96. Gert, you require 85. 60. Colin, you require
Like Osborne in the
110.
previous leg, he misses a bull for a combo finish, but unlike DeVos, Osborne's got the chance to capitalise.
Well, DeVos is the most likely to hit a 180. Statistically, Osborne the most likely to check out 100 plus.
90.
Took out
Gert,
2
you
in the last
require
game.
25.
118s, but doesn't add the 110 on this occasion. And Gert DeVos
Game shot on the
levels us
second
back
leg.
up.
Gert DeVos.
Breaks the throw of Colin Osborne, and we're back on throw.
Third leg, it's Gert to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, DeVos wins, he's as good as there. Could be there depending on the margin of victory. This is vitally important for Colin Osborne.
125.
Not just a win that he wants, but a big one, really. So surrendering that break straight away will be a real disappointment for him. You could see the grimace when he missed that
41.
dart tops at the end of the 110 attempt.
61. $85.
And again, a potentially good visit turned into a bad one quite quickly there. That's why we got that reaction from Osborne.
75. $55. $76. $15. Good, you require 164.
Lost it totally after a really good first two legs really, until that miss at tops.
124.
DeVos deciding not to go for the bull.
58. Good, you require 40.
Probably the right choice. Definitely the right
Shot on
choice.
the third leg. Good to Voss. Fourth leg. It's Colin to throw first. Game on.
You probably feel like he could have had this job done by now, though, Gert de Vos. He was 3-0 up in game number 2. That against Ricardo Hammer at the time. I didn't even want a fixture. Ended up losing the next 4 legs.
85.
Had he had those points on the board, he came into this a couple clear and looking a little bit more safe in regards to a Group B campaign.
60.
Yeah, do join us the rest of the week, 1 p.m. on Thursday and Friday for Group C, which will feature one of these players, and 10 p.m. for Group B, which will feature t'other.
95. $59.
Interesting that this has probably been one of the most nervy games we've seen so far. Suggests that they feel that that carrot of Group B is very important.
82.
It's not just that, it's also the pounds in the pocket. The higher you finish in the league, the more money you make.
60. $59. $140.
We could still have Ricardo Ham climbing up the table, but he'd have to beat
100.
Ashley Coleman and hope that DeVos wallops Jameson.
95. Colin, you require 80.
Double 10 for parity.
60. Good, you require 87.
This would be a big hammer blow. You'd been expecting at least a dart at the ball.
40.
However, the wayward dart has
Colin,
just
you
given Colin
require
Osborne the
20.
opportunity now to level us back up.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Colin Osborne.
2 breaks followed by 2 holds. All square. Remember,
Fifth
if Osborne
leg,
gets
it's
to
Scutt to
3,
throw
then it will
first.
go
Game on.
to the final couple of games. If DeVos wins the next 2, he is through.
23.
And when I say through, I mean to Group B, which is what this pair are battling for.
85.
As to who goes through to finals night, we are going to find out in the next couple of matches.
63.
Defeat for Ashley Coleman against Ricardo Ham would send Connor Scutt through. If Coleman does win, a victory for Scutt would send him through.
$83.
That's sat inviting in the top of the bed.
108.
Just looked good for filling it up there for Gert de Vos, and he needed that more than any of the 180s he's hit so far this week.
59. 40. 132. Check 142.
Gert de Vos, I think he was busy trying to work out if the referee had correctly called the previous score rather than concentrating on his own throw a little bit there. It's 132 he needs here, Colin Osborne. Well, he stopped himself and checked himself, but I was about to say he hasn't taken his eyes off the target. He did there when he approached the hockey, a little bit like a Glenn Durrant training video.
$64.
If you haven't seen that,
118.
watch it.
$58. Colin, you require 68. $48.
Big chance.
Requires 60.
Colin Osborne has come and gone. Gert de Vos. Maybe a little close for comfort there.
Game shot on the
But
fifth
a
leg.
great dart there for Gert de Vos. Thought it could have been a bit of an awkward one there with the dart slightly stood up. But he does like to try and squeeze the darts into corners, doesn't he, Gert de Vos? Aim small, miss small, I guess.
$43. $93.
This is the leg really for Gert de Vos, isn't it? He win this leg, break the Osborne throat, and he's in Group B. Colin Osborne will be in Group C, and then there's only one thing left to decide, and that is 95. Who wins the group and who gets that ticket directly through to Saturday night. Connor Scutt currently leading the way.
98. $42. $30. $45.
Just been something rather scrappy about this game all the way through. Maybe the game, though, that sees Gert de Vos claim that Group B place. If he wins this leg, he'll do it. Colin Osborne has to win this leg to stay in contention and win the next two legs to put himself in with a great chance. Here he comes again.
121.
Almost surprising that he didn't follow it up, despite the scrap around it. When he gets that first dart right, the 180s are flowing for Gert de Vos this week.
Osborne's been the most likely to take out a tumpless finish, and he could lose his opportunity of a Group B place to one of those low ton combos.
It's looking to Shanghai the 19s there. Instead,
46.
Osborne will go for tops,
Colin,
and he
you
will
require
delay
40.
de Vos's progress to Group B if he hits this.
Game shot.
We're still none the wiser.
Colin Osborne.
We don't know who's going to win the group, and we don't know who's going to go into Group B.
7th and final leg. It's Gert to throw
All
first.
of those things will be
Game on.
decided in the final set of matches. Whoever wins this leg will
140.
put themselves in the best position.
$100. 83.
Never quite understood fully the switch to the bullseye in that situation. Just feeling a little bit like burning a dart at times, and well, now because he's missed it, he's going to need to find 2 trebles to leave a finish.
60.
It's very European, isn't it?
$78.
In any case, you're always sort of settling for a smaller score, aren't you?
$100.
He's making a bit of a move here.
180.
Fires in his 3rd maximum of the game, his 20th of the week. Takes full control here. Osborne can just hit and hope.
And maximum number 20 leaves Gert de Vos on 20.
Gert, you require 20.
To get a vice-like grip on 3rd place. A pair of 5s.
Game shot and the match.
Points in the pocket.
Gert de Vos.
De Vos is the boss against Osborne. Stumbled through the game. Little debrief with the match referee, Jack Garwood, and Colin Osborne, his opponent. All's well that ends well. And Gert de Vos sits in 3rd place on 14 points in the table. Osborne 2 behind him. After that, well, rather scrappy encounter, but the big weapon in the arsenal of de Vos this week has been those maximums. 3 more in that match, helping him over the line. And it looks like he will be going into Group B. We're going to find out in the next couple of games who will be through to finals night. Connor Scutt and Ashley Coleman still battling it out. Coleman must win against Ricardo Ham in the next game to keep his hopes alive. So 3 games left to go and still everything to be decided in terms of who's going to win the group, who's going to be in Group B, and the remaining fixtures are as follows. Ricardo Ham taking on Ashley Coleman still has a chance of winning the group. Colin Osborne still has a chance of Group B. Connor Scutt is a favourite to win the group, and Gert de Vos is a favourite to get through to Group B in 3rd place. He takes on Stephen Jameson in the final match, who will illustrate the situation by showing you the league table. And what you can learn from that, what you can discern from that, is that Ashley Coleman must win here this match against Ricardo Ham, who himself is looking for his 3rd win of the day. That would be superb from Ham, who hadn't won any games before today. But if Coleman is defeated in this game, then Connor Scutt will be crowned the champion before he even plays Colin Osborne in the one that follows.
You feel like this isn't just win the game, though, is it, for Ashley Coleman? This is win big. Win convincing, win comfortable. He doesn't want to be drawn into the drama here that Ricardo Ham could pull him into. Because Ricardo Ham today has been a bit of a spoiler, as you'd like to describe.
Yeah, absolutely. You won't want to get embroiled
First leg, it's Ricardo
in the
to
end
throw
in
first.
terms of the result. It doesn't matter in terms of who qualifies. If Coleman loses, he's gone. If he wins, then he'd still be gone, whatever scoreline Connor Scutt won by. But having watched what Ricardo Ham's done recently, I think it's a fair point. He'll want to put him away very quickly and just not let him get into the game.
60.
If Ham does manage to win this game, then he's going to have got as good a record as anybody today at this point.
140.
The question comes, though, how disheartening was that 4-0 defeat for Ashley Coleman? Already doesn't seem to have the same level of focus.
Is he resigned to the fact of being defeated? Look, there's nothing to say that Colin Osborne can't do him a favour.
100.
Let's not forget that last time Connor Scutt put in a 3-figure average, he then crashed
120.
in his next game. Beat Gert de Vos averaging 120. Sorry, beat
55.
Stephen Jameson averaging 120, then lost out to Gert de Vos.
134. Ricardo, you require 121.
Good dance there on the switch from Coleman to get himself down to a finish. He's going to get a go at it.
84. Check 74. Ashley require 147. $91. Ricardo, you require 47.
So for first blood,
Game shot of first
Ricardo
leg. Ricardo Ham
carries on where he left off in the previous game, which he not only won, but won 4-0.
Second leg. It's Ashley to throw first. Game on.
The doubles having a significant improvement as well from Ham so far today. That has
25.
possibly been one of the biggest weaknesses he's had. 19 from 90 darts going into today, 21%.
45.
Today, 11 from 35, so very, very close to the required
60.
target. Well, now actually 12 from 36, which does put him on that 33%, which is the Super Series standard.
58. 96. 43. 58.
I think you're right. There just seems to be something a little less confident about Coleman in this game. The dart's not thrown with any great force, maybe even a touch slower
44.
as well.
Yeah, he's not got that freedom anymore, has he? He's not got that fluency. And he takes a couple of good darts to get back on track, but almost feels like he's looping the darts a little bit more here.
96. Ashley, you require 124.
Double two. Oh, what a finish. What a little spell from nowhere.
138. Third leg,
followed by 124. Four
Game
treble
on.
20s in a row to leave double two.
$100. $58. $140.
Well, he's clicked now. Maybe the pain has been put behind him here.
He can still give himself a chance. He's got to send Connor Scutt into bat.
66.
And a big last start there for Ricardo Ham to save the visit.
99.
He's not playing with that freedom, but he's still playing well.
$99. Ashley, you require 164.
Come up against Ham, who seems to have improved as well. Another, though, would have left the bullseye.
78. Ricardo, you require 96.
Well, this is the chance, the opportunity that Ashley Coleman would have been wanting. 86 points away from a breaker
60.
throw of Ricardo
Ashley, you
Ham.
require 86.
Gets a dart at the bullseye. And it's all he
Jameson,
needs.
Third leg, Ashley Coleman.
What a shot that is from Ashley Coleman. Keeping his hopes alive of this group. Ricardo
Fourth
Ham
leg, it's Ashley
was
to
sat
throw
waiting.
first. Game on.
Waiting on 36 to regain the lead. Big, big breaker throw from Coleman.
140.
Yeah, that could be huge. It could be massive.
100.
Looked like the 4-0 defeat to Connor Scutt would be the decisive result. It might still prove to be. But
43.
Ashley Coleman can still put the pressure on Scutt. He can still make him go and win this group. If Coleman wins, Scutt will need to do the same against Colin Osborne.
60.
Well, you never know when Colin Osborne's going to spring into life. We know what game he's got. He's won on that stage before. And I mean winning weeks on that stage before, not just individual games. He will be a thorn in the side of Connor Scutt.
100. 56. 100.
Gets Ham first to a finish. Coleman will be expecting a more manageable one.
99.
Love that. I've been
Ricardo,
calling for that
require
all week. Using the
141.
19s on the 101 with one dart in hand.
$89. Ashley, you require 82.
Ends up not helping him at all by missing the 25 segment.
Oh.
Well, that was
15.
madness.
Ricardo, you require 52.
Absolute madness in this position from Ashley Coleman. He was
on
going
the
double
fourth
12
leg,
for the
Ricardo
bullseye.
Ham.
That's bonkers, isn't it?
It's silly. Very, very silly. And it maybe does show where Ashley Coleman's head is right now in regards to this game and in regards to his hopes. It was feared that maybe the head would have been down
Fifth
a little
leg,
bit
it's
after the
Ricardo to
4-0
throw
defeat to
first.
Connor Scutt.
Game on.
We've said he doesn't quite look himself in this game. And I think that real clear evidence that
140.
Ashley Coleman is playing this game with a lot of disappointment.
57.
Even if he wanted to go double-double, he could have done it without having to use the bull, couldn't he? Bizarre.
123.
And all of a sudden, Ricardo Ham started to find.
Well, if Coleman does win this game, and then Connor Scutt wins, you will have to feel a little sorry for Ashley Coleman. Will have only lost 2 matches in an entire Group A campaign and not got through to finals night. And there's no guarantee that he will. Let's make that clear as well. We've seen players miss out on the smallest of margins and
60.
then not make it through Group B.
Require 156. 100. 108.
Well, no treble in 3 visits and 1 visit with 3 trebles.
Game shot on the 5th leg, Ricardo Ham. Sixth leg, it's Ashley to throw first. Game on. 123. 100. 100.
Did mention that Ricardo Ham could actually end the day off the bottom, having been there, having lost his first 11 matches and been
58.
at the foot of the table all that time. Well, right now he's set to go ahead of Stephen Jameson.
83.
Has a better leg difference, largely down to the fact that he beat him 4-0.
115.
This could be the visit of the game for Ricardo Ham. What can he leave? He leaves it handy.
140. Ashley require
This, you feel, has to go for Coleman.
He's at it again.
Game shot on a 6th leg.
And this time it's worked for Ashley Coleman. Tops for ball. 3-3. 1 leg will decide whether or not he's still got a chance.
Final leg.
Whether he's going to make Connor Scutt
Game on.
go and win the group, or whether he's going to hand it to him on a silver salver.
Well, that's 2 big bullseye finishes there for Coleman, and both times
125.
Ricardo Ham was sat ready to strike.
81.
I have seen players make rather large mathematical miscalculations, not just on the dartboard, but when it comes to the league table
85.
sometimes. When he's doing that, I'm starting to wonder if he thinks that he can't win the group. He's maybe looked at the leg difference and forgotten about the points.
78.
Yeah, points your first deciding factor here at the Super Series, but Ricardo Ham finding a treble
81.
with every visit here, which is just keeping Ash at arm's length.
60.
If Ham wins a leg, Connor Scutt
100.
is crowned the Group A champion and will make it through to a Super Series finals night for the first time in the main competition. He did make it through
60.
on
Ricardo,
the
you
double
require
trouble, double start
110.
tournament. So Ham throwing for Scutt here.
54.
Coleman throwing for survival.
140.
Well, he's in
Ricardo,
range.
you require 56.
Should Ricardo Ham not be able to take this out, but Ham has yet to miss a dart at a double in this game.
Missed at a single, but
Game
not at the
shot
double.
And the match.
And
Ricardo
that victory
Ham.
for Ricardo Ham ends the chances of Ashley Coleman in terms of qualifying from this group, and Connor Scutt is therefore through to finals night. Coleman disappears into the darkness after a fantastic Group A campaign that ultimately ends in disappointment, losing his last 2 matches to be denied a place at Saturday himself. He will do his bidding in Group B. Connor Scutt is through, doesn't have to beat Colin Osborne. Colin Osborne, though, is in need of a victory when he faces Scutt in the game that follows as he bids to join Coleman in Group B.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
They've both got the talent where they can reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeats. And what a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
Well, what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree.
Only needs the one.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you saying about efficiency?
on the third leg.
Is that the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Ross Smith, is it a 9? A long time. And that clenched fist.
Game shot.
He gets the job done in the end. He's nodding in total agreement because
game shot on the fourth leg.
Just like
Darius
that.
Labanowski.
only needs the one. There you can see
that she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him, and is. It was a great guide.
On the first leg,
It's a breaker throw for Andres Harrison.
on the second leg,
Consecutive breaker throw, double 16 is found.
And he does lead. It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison!
Confirmation then that Connor Scutt is through to finals night. Scutt coronated as a Group A champion after Ashley Coleman was defeated by Ricardo Hammer. You have to give full credit to. No wins in the first 2 days, then 3 today for the man who was bottom of the table and now has moved off it. Colin Osborne still trying to force his way through to Group B, but it was made difficult with defeat to his rival in that race for third place. Scutt divorced in the previous game. Osborne must beat Scutt at least 4-2 to have any opportunity in this one. It's unlikely that he makes it into that group. What we do know now is Ashley Coleman will do his remaining week in that group. And Connor Scutt will... Well, I was going to have his feet up for a couple of days before finals night, but I've got a strong feeling he'll be on the practice board.
Yeah, big practicer is Connor Scutt. I'm sure he's got practice facilities with him. If not, there are plenty of practice facilities around Portsmouth that I'm sure he'll be going and enjoying over the next couple of days.
81. $60.
He's one of the biggest practices in the sport. Certainly give Mervyn King a run for his money.
129. $97.
And Mervyn King always a first in the venue in his bid not to be the first out of the venue at any Pro Tour. Connor Scutt treats darts like a full-time job. Get the sense that he's not just a practicer in terms of throwing the darts, but he's very much a student of the game, isn't he? The way that he goes about the maths and the approach play. But nothing he can do to stop Colin Osborne there. Matthew Edgar alongside me. Just mentioned it in the previous game. You're never really sure which Colin Osborne's going to turn up and when the magical wizard is going to turn up. And maybe he's going to save it for the end, which would probably be even more of a frustration to Ashley Coleman after that 4-3 defeat to Ricardo Ham, meaning Scutt doesn't have to win this game to go through.
$140. $100. $57. $91. $98. Connor, you require $170. $140.
A long way away as he showcases, and Colin Osborne's got a cheeky little word for him as well.
I wonder if he said, "Is that in?"
$95. Connor, you require $30. Game shot on a second leg.
He's making
Colin
sure that
Scutt.
went in. He could not have been closer with either of the first two darts. Use them then to crash into
Third
to level
leg,
this
it's
match
Colin
at one
to throw
apiece.
first. Game on. $70.
Well, Connor Scutt has done it, hasn't he? Third time of asking, getting through to a
100.
Saturday night. Seems crazy to suggest that it's the first time he's ever got through a main week here at the Super Series. When you look at the ability and the talent and the titles that he's picking up, but that's job one done. He's in Saturday night, and I made that call, and I think I'm going to stick with it. You know, when you said who's the favourite to win the series, I'm going with Connor Scutt, despite the fact he's not even in Champions Week yet.
That is a big call. We do have 7 players through already.
125.
Neil Duff, Paul Hogan, Jimmy Van Ski, amongst them Adam Paxton
100.
joining them last week. Tom Sykes, of course, has made it all the way through to a grand final.
$46.
So you're going to tell me who I've not mentioned, Matt?
We've got Adam Paxton, Paul Hogan, Neil Duff, Jimmy Van Ski, Richard Rowlands, Jim Long, and Tom Sykes.
Colin, you require 120.
Interesting field, newbies and a few sort of senior names there as well. Matt is expecting Connor Scutt to join them. Plenty of darts to be played between now and the final on Saturday.
$60. Connor, you require 104.
And Connor Scutt will be there doing things like this.
84.
And a few things like that as well.
Colin, you require 60. Game shot on a third leg.
Colin Osborne may well be
Osborne.
there. He tends to make it, like Tom Sykes, who I mentioned, he himself is a former series finalist. And if you haven't got
Fourth
your tickets
leg,
yet
it's Connor to
for
throw first.
the grand
Game on.
final on Champions Week, I would advise doing that pretty soon.
180.
And you might even see the first ever Saturday night 9-dart finish. Are we going to see the first 3 bullseye 9-dart finish at the end of this leg? Let's find out. Connor Scutt will try and set it up.
3 treble 19s required.
57.
Oh, imagine him doing that on a Saturday night. Imagine being in the front row to see it. Tickets available. All you got to do is scan that QR code. It'll take you to the ticket page on dartshop.tv. You can book tickets for this Saturday or any Saturday for just a couple of quid.
59.
Can you think of a better way to spend £2, Matthew?
I probably wouldn't spend the £2. I'd probably save it.
It's all right. I can get you on the guest list.
Be in the piggy bank.
135. 165.
Lovely setup
Calling
from
you require
Scutt.
136.
Something we say quite often when it comes to him.
$96. Connor, you require 40. $35.
Colin Osborne has to win this
Colin,
game
you
4-2 or
require
better
40.
to keep his hopes alive of finishing in third place. Would still need Jameson to do him a favour against Gert de Vos. But he's closing in on a win that he needs.
Game shot on
And
the
he does now have that
Colin
two-leg
Osborne.
advantage. And I'm going to ask you a question now here, Matthew. I know you've been in various situations here at the Super Series
Fifth
and
leg. It's Colin to throw
at the
first.
Live League before it.
Game on.
How sick will Ashley Coleman be feeling watching this, knowing that maybe he just needed to win against Ricardo Ham?
He'll probably believe that it wouldn't have happened either way round, or at least he'll convince himself that if Connor Scutt
140.
needed this, that he'd have gone up there and got it. That would be the most likely mindset he'd be in at this situation.
131.
And I still get it. He's not playing bad. He's playing very well, in fact. Colin Osborne, though, is matching him, and this magical performance has arrived. Both players averaging around the ton mark.
91.
Well, to
140.
further answer your question, Chris, about what you can get for a couple of quid these days, I've looked on a well-known high street retailer who deal out of catalogues, and you can't even get a 5-minute build Harry Potter
95.
Lego set for £2. That is £2.50.
Exactly. There is no better value for money for anything at all, than a
95.
ticket to see the Modus Super Series finals night.
$94. Connor, you require 135.
Can Scutt stay in it? Treble 20. Colin Osborne might be about to
70.
sign off in style
Colin,
here
you require 81.
and just pose a little question to Gert de Vos in the final game.
$56. Connor, you require 65.
And that's his route. Double 18.
47.
Osborne comes back.
Colin, you require 25.
Double 8.
Game shot and the match.
And Colin Osborne
Osborne.
has inflicted a surprise defeat on Connor Scutt. It doesn't do any damage to Scutt. He is through to finals night. Despite a third defeat in this group, it might make Ashley Coleman a little more sick that he's lost out on leg difference in the end. But in winning that game, Colin Osborne has now, well, put himself and Gert de Vos on the same amount of points, and he will be hoping that he can go through on leg difference. However, he will need a big favour from Stephen Jameson in the match that follows this one. It's coming up in a few short minutes.
waiting. Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum.
For the ball. Ball.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first start from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Skate. Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable.
Get match darts to put his team into the final.
And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions.
Double 4 for the title.
Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out. That's what he is. Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet.
We're not going to need that.
Oh, Bosh.
Pie face is through. He gets
And he's
there.
absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that pie face dominated throughout.
So the final match of the day then, and one last little thing left to solve. That is who finishes third in the table, and therefore who goes through to Group B with Ashley Coleman, who will be disappointed not to have won the group, having lost only 3 games. Connor Scutt also losing 3 after defeat to Colin Osborne, who gave himself a chance of third place, but that chance will disappear the moment Gert DeVos wins a leg in this match. Stephen Jameson looking for what would be his only win today, and he needs to win it 4-0 to shove Colin Osborne into Group B. 1 leg for DeVos, and he goes through with Coleman and would join Fallon Sherrock, Tony O'Shea and Ron Muhlenkamp from 10 p.m. tomorrow night.
58.
Well, Stephen Jameson has never gone through the card without a win. He got 1 win on day 1.
83.
2 yesterday, but today has been a significant drop off. He played okay in his opening game, missed a few darts at the doubles, but since then, in games 2, 3 and 4, Jameson has only managed 2 darts at a double in 3 matches. He's been completely outscored so far today.
73. 100. 171.
We know that Connor Scutt's going to be there,
100.
Matthew, of the
Stephen, you require
other players you've seen in this
114.
group. Who do you expect to be seeing at finals night?
If Coleman can regroup, he certainly played that
74.
last game like a
You
very
require
disappointed man. He
78.
needs to regroup. If he can, I think he could see him go through to Saturday.
58.
I also think whoever drops
Stephen,
into
you
Group
require 40.
C out of Osborne and DeVos will get through, but I'd question them in a Group B.
Game shot on the first leg.
Still an opportunity
Stephen Jameson.
for Colin Osborne to be in Group B. I'm sure he'll want the extra pounds and that extra percentage, but I do take the point that Group C does look very, very winnable for an experienced player, because what it's lacking really is experience in Super Series terms anyway.
177.
The action in that group gets underway from 1 p.m. tomorrow. Stuart Kellett, Tom Cromwell and Carl Coleman joining Ricardo Ham, this man, Stephen Jameson, and probably Colin Osborne, but if Jameson wins this 4-0, it will be Gert de Vos.
140. 26.
Make sure you do stay tuned to the live show at the end of this match, because we are going to be hearing from the group winner, Connor Scutt.
41.
Had a fascinating chat with him yesterday. Didn't quite go the way that he would have hoped today in terms of results, but the overall outcome is the important one, and he has had some incredible highlights, so it's certainly worth chatting about, including hitting the second highest average ever in this tournament.
93.
'Also had a 10-darter on the bolt. We said it before, you go for them on 10 darters, you don't go for them on 13s.
Game shot on the second leg. Gert de Vos. Third leg, it's Stephen to throw first. Game on. $139.
You've seen this sort of pattern of play before from Jameson, where he doesn't really produce anything against the darts, but tends to play well with them.
25.
Maybe a sign of someone who's trying to read the game.
100. 43. 92. 65.
Talk about not producing
require
on
170.
the opposition's throat. Insert Gert de Vos here.
100. 90. Stephen, you require 70.
Tops he wants.
50.
Well, de Vos now knows he's safe in Group B.
60. Stephen, you require 20.
Stephen Jameson, of course, trying not to finish bottom of Group A. That's his little mini target.
Game shot on a
And the
third
win in this
leg.
match
Stephen
would see him
Jameson.
achieve it. 2-1 to the good, 2 away from that.
Fourth leg. It's Gert to throw first. Game on. 40.
'In fact, if Jameson did win the
43.
remaining 2 legs, de Vos would be in Group B by virtue of winning 1 more leg than Colin Osborne.
60.
Real opportunity here for Jameson. Gert de Vos just really not finding anything here.
59. 81. 59. 97. $140.
Just kind of waiting for DeVos to weigh in one of those trademark maximums. Hasn't done it yet in this game. Actually started his week with a 1-2-3 checkout.
100. Gert, you require 123.
Double 9 for another one. Oh,
Game
wow.
shot on a 4 flag. Gert
Brilliant
DeVos.
from DeVos to tie this up at 2-2.
5th flag. It's Stephen to throw first. Game on. $24. $60.
Well, we now know the groups.
125.
Steve Jameson, Ricardo Hammond, Colin Osborne going into that group with the debutants Cromwell, Coleman, Carl Coleman, that is,
60.
and Stuart Kellett.
$60.
I would ask you who you think would have the best chance of making it through outside of Osborne, but I think
31.
you're going to refer to the earlier answer of I don't know.
Yeah, not a clue. And I don't know if you ask the players if they'd guide you any closer to the answer.
135.
We've got debutants in there that we're not sure what we're going to get from. I suppose on experience, you may go with
100.
Kellett. However,
Stephen, you require
last time Stuart Kellett was here, he
157.
was explaining how he doesn't really play the game too much now, just plays for a bit of fun. No desire to get back to the top of the game.
133.
And Group B tomorrow night. This man, Gert DeVos, Ashley Coleman, Fallon Sherrock, Ron Muhlenkamp, Tony O'Shea.
100. Stephen, you require 24. Game shot on the 5th flag.
Jameson,
Stephen
3-2
Jameson.
to the good. Have you got a fancy in that group?
I think we're going to see some good stuff on Fallon.
6th
in
flag.
Group
It's
B.
Gert to throw first.
I think she's just
Game on.
been coming into a bit of form. She always plays well at the back end of the year when it's getting to the business end of that
24.
women's series. Also the business end in regards to the World Championship available, the Grand Slam spot available. So I wouldn't be surprised
59.
if Fallon comes here and takes that group.
I'm going to make a sort of mini prediction. Not going to stick my neck out
60.
totally, but I am going to say that I don't think that both of the Group A players will go through. I think one of them will, but I think Fallon Sherrock and Ron
45.
Muhlenkamp make it through from that group, and I don't. That means that there isn't room for both Coleman and DeVos.
I would
59.
tend to agree, because one of the things you're going to need in that Group B with those players is consistency. And I think we've seen a bit of a lack of that certainly throughout today.
58.
Today has been a bizarre day in the fact that no one's really been able to take it and run with it.
There we've got 4 players who have won 3 matches,
83.
and that actually could become 5 if DeVos wins this game.
$96. $49.
That's starting to look less and less likely as the game goes on.
$95. $100. Stephen, you require 148. 58. Gert, you require 126.
So to force her last leg in the last match. Single or another treble. Hunted the treble, couldn't even get the single.
90. Stephen, you require 90.
90 for Steve Jameson to get his first win of the day.
41.
Same thing.
Gert, you
Missed big
require
number, allowing
36.
an opportunity to the opponent. Double 18 for Gert de Vos.
Game shot on
Found.
the sixth flag. Gert
And the last match goes down to the last leg.
7 from final leg. It's Stephen to throw first.
Stephen
Game
with
on.
the all-important advantage here of being able to throw first.
58.
Could this result for Stephen Jameson have any impact on his
59.
mindset going into tomorrow?
It'll remind him he can win, which is very, very important. You don't want
40.
to go into a day after losing all your games because you feel like you've got something to prove and put right, and you play a continuum rather than play a new group.
134. 100. 118. 95.
A reminder to stay tuned. We are going to speak to Connor Scutt, the Group A winner, at the conclusion of this match.
81. 100. Gert, you require 109.
Treble 19. Not found. So Jameson will get the opportunity to
57.
win for the first
Stephen,
time
you
on
require
Wednesday.
108.
Double top.
Game shot.
And it's
the
joy
match,
for Jameson.
Stephen Jameson.
Eventually, he defeats DeVos, who finishes third in the table. And in winning, Jameson ensures that he is not bottom. He moves into 5th place after his only victory of the day. Saved it until the end. And in the end, it was Connor Scutt who enjoyed glory. In Group A and on week 8 of Series 8 is the first player through to finals night. And we are going to hear from Connor Scutt after this short break. Yeah, we are going to talk to the man of the moment, Connor Scutt. Congratulations, Connor. Made it through in the end. What a strange day for you, because we saw the consistency of the first 2 days, then we had real highs and a few lows in there as well today.
Yeah, it was a really strange one for me. I mean, I half ruined my chances after losing to Gert. But he averaged 98, played extremely well, one of the best games he's had all week. And then on a flip side of it, Colin, the guy that I played last, that was his highest average of the week as well, I think. Maybe Gert had 100 and something like earlier on in the week, but that was a great game for him and a great game for Colin at the end. There's not many games you'll play and lose with a 98 average.
Yeah, absolutely. It was incredible, wasn't it, to see, I mean, what he did with that second best average ever at the Super Series. Were you aware it was that good?
Yeah, I was counting the darts whilst I was doing it, so I know I went 13, 10, 15 after missing the 130 for the a double five, and last leg I think it was 12 again. So missed darts at double, I'll take 120, that's for sure.
That's brilliant, wasn't it? It's just an incredible statement of intent as well, not just in putting their own performance, his name on the Roll of Honour, but just to give a little nudge to Ashley Coleman.
It was the timing of the day as well in which it came, wasn't it? That was so impressive. And no 180s, not the highest doubles percent. You'd expect like a big finish in there or a lot of 180s. And I said before, it's the 2 power treble scores that was really good there for Connor. But really interesting as well to hear that's counting the darts along the way. Remember, Chris Mason talks quite a lot about when he used to play county darts, and he used to sort of count them and he'd tell the people the average before they even worked it out. So it's interesting to see that still going on in people's heads.
Yeah, certainly. I did mention your name is now on the Roll of Honour. We can show you now the highest averages ever here at the Super Series. And there you are in second place, just splitting Daryl Pilgrim there, who was 1 and 2 before that. A little smile on your face seeing that. But like you say, but for missed doubles, you could have had him. You could have been right at the top.
Yeah, I think it would have been, was it roughly 123 if my darts double went in? But there might be another day where I can best Pilgrim. Even if it's by 0.01, that would be good enough.
You mentioned, Matt, just then the timing of that. Following that then, there was a bit of a drop-off. He loses that game to Gert Divorce. Things get interesting, but crucially does something similar to Ashley Coleman, but beat him 4-0 in 6.5 minutes.
Yeah, I think if you'd have said at the start of the day to Connor, you're going to win this group and only win 3 games today, he'd probably say, I need more than that. And he'd have probably expected that he needed more than that at the start of the day, but ultimately won the ones that meant the most. And that win against Ashley Coleman in the style it was, the big leg difference and the big leg swing. We saw what it did to Ashley Coleman. He went out in that last game and he wasn't the same player. He looked like he'd already accepted his fate and he knew what was going to be happening. And he sort of played the game, I wouldn't say like throwing the darts like with not much purpose, but it wasn't the same. We could evidently see that from the very start. I think he expected Connor to go up at the end there and get the win over Colin Osborne. The timing, once again, for Connor Scutt today has been absolutely brilliant.
Did you feel that when you went to play, Ashley? Did you feel if I win this game, I probably won the group?
I knew I needed a big scoreline. So before the game, I was very, very conscious. I need this. I knew my leg difference was already better. I knew I needed it 4-1, 4-0 to really stamp my authority on it and make him know he's got to work for something in this next game. And believe it or not, I actually tipped Ricardo to nick that game off of Ashley before he went up there. Just because, like I said yesterday, Ricardo's just sort of building. He's looking better and better every time he gets up there. So I knew it's going to be a hard one for Ashley.
I was going to bring that up actually, because full credit on the hockey, but full credit as a pundit. You did sit here, didn't you, yesterday, and say, "Watch out for Ricardo Ham. 3 wins today."
Yeah, I mean, he's coming into his own more and more. Like everyone in the practice room saying, when he's hitting his doubles up there, you can just see him growing in confidence a little bit. Just each time, he's just getting a little bit more confident. It's nice to see because he's got such a lovely action as well. Just looks so relaxed. Like it almost looks like he's not going to miss when that first dart goes in.
Let's just have a look at the final table then. Connor Scutt winning it in the end on leg difference after that win against Ashley Coleman earlier on. Gert Divorce also sneaking through to Group B on leg difference from Colin Osborne, Stephen Jameson and Ricardo Ham, the 2 debutants. They're going to be in Group C later in this week. But Connor, you are safe straight through to finals night. Group B, Ashley Coleman, Gert Divorce, Fallon Sherrick, Tony O'Shea, Ron Muhlenkamp. Looks a tough group that. And Group C, Osborne, Ham, Jameson, Stuart Kellett, Tom Cromwell and Carl Coleman. 2 more debutants. We've just been chatting about it in comms. It looks pretty unpredictable. So Connor is probably quite grateful to be sitting safe.
Yeah, absolutely. He's through. He's in a good position now. Ashley Coleman, when we look at that table, it would suggest that he's going to get through as well. But how many times have we seen this where someone has a good Group A, just misses out on getting that automatic qualification point and then struggles? The problem for Coleman now is he's got all those wins, but essentially they mean nothing now. it goes back to zero. It goes back to the beginning. He's going to have to regroup quickly.
What about you, Connor? Next couple of days, what is the approach? You're a big practicer, aren't you?
I'm probably going to go home, practice tomorrow, practice Friday. I probably won't do the normal 8 hours that I do, but I'll be keeping my arm warm, that's for sure. I'm surprised seeing the table there that Colin and Gert was a whole 5 wins behind me and Ashley. I'm surprised they was on 14 and we was on 24. I thought it was a lot closer than that, like between those two, like for winning and getting into B and stuff like that. I didn't realise it was that much of a gap between second and third. I didn't realise that. So I think Ashley's going to have his hands full tomorrow with Gert, who's already played him 3 times, so should be used to Ashley. And I think Ron Moulenkamp is going to be very difficult tomorrow as well.
Well, I'll let you do your pundit thing one more time. You're going to be on the stage on Saturday. Just give us a couple of names. Who else do you expect to see there?
I expect to see Moulenkamp. I expect to see Colin. I expect to see Gert. And I expect to see Ashley, so I've basically called Group B. But those are the 4 that I sort of expect off the top of my head.
There we go. Agree, disagree?
I think we're going to see Fallon there. I do think she comes alive this sort of time of year, and I think she's coming here for a reason and a purpose. She's not coming here to take part. She won't be coming for that reason. She's coming because she feels ready, and I do think she's going to be there on Saturday.
There we go. Congratulations, Connor. You will be there on Saturday. Thank you, Matt, for your company. And we hope to see you on Saturday and indeed tomorrow. 2 sessions of darts coming your way as Groups B and C get underway. All the action starts from 1 p.m. here on the Modus Super Series YouTube channel. But as far as Group A was concerned, it's Connor Scutt who made the cut.
Oh, yeah. Love that. And so does he.